a ceiling, a debt ceiling to our GDP. So we know that, just like you have rightly said, 13 point something trillion was our deficit. It shouldn't go more than that if we're going to borrow. Now, I understand that, okay, there's a projected revenue, projected, which means all well and good, this is what we should make. But if adventure we do not make up to that, then we might need to borrow. But all that has to be transparent
and published.
And published.
Every single month.
I think we can all agree with that.
Okay. We still have Mukhtar. Mukhtar, your network is good now. Can we have you? Mukhtar, Amin, good morning and welcome.
Good morning. Thank you.
Yeah, good. You're welcome. Now, Mukhtar, we were looking at the budget. That's where we're looking at. And we're looking at the budget deficit. We are putting it side by side with what we've borrowed so far in 2025. And we're asking the question, should we go beyond our deficit?
I don't think we've gone beyond our deficits because this is not the time for this conversation. I believe the time for this conversation was before February when the budget was passed. So me and you, we've made our argument through our representative in the National Assembly about what we felt about the budget that has shown our deficits and our projected revenue. And this government has come to say, okay, a few weeks ago that we've met all our projected revenue, both the oil and the non-oil, because we've seen the increments in our oil production. And we have not borrowed beyond the expected deficit, the part of the budget that is meant to be met through borrowing. We've not exceeded it. So I feel like this is a mischievous report because it's incomplete. If anything, this administration has reduced our debt burden by about 10%, because beyond more than 10%, because our debt burden was $114 billion when they came in. Today, even with the new borrowing, is still less than $100 billion. So they've actually, if you look at the whole picture, reduced our debt burden. Our debt servicing has reduced from 97% of our revenue to less than 50%. So if anything, they deserve an applause. But they are not out of the clear. What we should put our eye on is the implementation. What this money are being used for. We need to probe all the contracts, the conditional cash transfer. We should make sure that the money is getting to the people. That is what the press and the opposition should put their eye on, not borrowing. Every time we make it seem like borrowing is a smoking gun. It's not a smoking gun. That is what every nation on this planet does. What the money is being used for is where we should put our eye on and probe it and bring out the smoking gun.
Okay, thank you very much. Now let's look at January 2026. We have a tax bill that has come. We have a particular act that is going to take place, and we look forward to seeing revenue generation like we've never had before. Do you think that we are going to have a deficit come 2027 if we do well with tax generation in 2026?
Yes. If we are being ambitious, if I remember clearly, early this year, that was the conversation. Analysts came on TV and the opposition came and tell us that this Nigeria's budget is very, very ambitious and it looks like we cannot get the money. So if the country is going to be moving in the right direction, we have to be ambitious. We have to use our revenue, our projected revenue, to secure more funding. So what everybody does, every country of the world, is if you can make 100 naira, you borrow 150 to do things, to advance, to build infrastructure, to attract businesses. That's what we need to do. I don't see any. The biggest economies in the world, they are the most indebted, and people are willing to borrow them because the economy is healthy and they are able to pay. So that's the concept. Even for businesses, the most indebted man in this country is Aliko Dangote, and he's the richest black man in the world. I mean, maybe not him, his business. So that's the concept of progress and ambition. So until the only time we stop borrowing is when everybody is okay in this country. But as long as there are some villages without potable water, without road, without infrastructure, we need to borrow, regardless of how much we are generating. We need to borrow until everybody's life is good. That is when we can stop borrowing.
Until everybody's life is good, you say.
It's
You want to
good.
make an input?
Yes, I think he buttressed what I was trying to talk about concerning the tax generation. If we do well with tax generation, I think we will be fine. But then again, there are business and economic impacts of borrowing. If you borrow for specific, like Priya said, capital project that would convert to job creation, wealth creation, and all that, the economy thrives. So if you are going to borrow to build, I mean, if we had focused all the borrowings on this drilling, fuel, and all that, I sent you a story about Dangote and how Obasanjo was concerned. If we have governments who look into different infrastructures, different sectors, and they say, okay, fine, whatever that can be produced here should not be imported. Let's support our local manufacturers. Let's have a round table. What do you need? What kind of business and a viable economic ground do you need to thrive in this part of the country? We see situations whereby importers feel they make more money importing food than even produce. Why can't we solve that? Is it only Dangote that can actually do it?
So we need more Dangotes.
We need more Dangotes. Let's build more Dangotes.
All right. Okay. So I think, first of all, when the budget came out at first and we pegged our oil for barrel about $75 for a barrel of oil, that was the forecast. And not long after then, we saw a very huge decline. And that in itself had put the government or those who were running the budget or were running the finances of the government at a disadvantaged level where they need to take on other initiatives to meet up for that shortfall. And to that extent, I'm sure that could even be part of the reason for the borrowing that the administration and they criticized about. But like you rightly said, if these monies that were borrowed for capital projects and for all other projects that are going to drive the economy, we should put our eyes on them to make sure that the administration, using the instrument of the various oversight committees in the House of Representatives and in the Senate, to make sure that these monies are well placed and they are used for the purpose for which they were borrowed. The other thing is this. The government, you mentioned that if we're taking these loans, why can't we help our local businesses, help them to thrive? What can be produced here should not be imported from outside the country. Vividly, you and I have seen where this administration has taken some policy initiative towards that direction.
30% raw processing?
Has taken towards that direction, not just the raw 30% increase in the raw processing of our raw materials before expending. That in itself is not enough. But you know that the government, through the Bureau of Public Procurement, had said that things that can be produced, accessed in this country,
by Nigeria?
Of course, in Nigeria.
There's no policy backing that by Nigeria.
In Nigeria.
Okay.
Things that can be accessed and bought for the purpose of project execution in Nigeria here should not be purchased from outside the country. And the Bureau the Bureau of Public Procurement came out with a document and said we are going to put together all the names of these organizations and that manufacture XYZ, so that any ministry, department, and agency that wants to, buy these things for the purpose of project execution will have to go source it from these organizations. In a case where they cannot find it, then they can now have a leave through the Bureau of Public Procurement to go outside the country to go and buy these things. I think that's a very, very good initiative. And lastly, I think the government, whilst enabling local domestic producers, had not vividly and explicitly come out and say, I am giving you this money. Maybe it has done that through the Bank of Industry. But one other significant thing that the government did was in its document of bringing the 2020, the budget, I beg your pardon, what you just mentioned, the tax bill for
tax bill,
that is going to
tax
commence
reform,
in 2026. We have seen the strata and the categories of businesses locally that will be exempted from tax.
Yes.
Within a specific threshold, if they don't meet that specific threshold of turnover, if they don't meet that specific threshold of revenue, they won't be taxed. And I think that's a very, very good initiative to strengthen these local industries and these local companies, to also advance employment, to expand their capital, the human capital base and intellect and their productive base. In fact, it will also reduce their overhead costs for them to thrive locally. I think that's a good initiative. What we should be talking about is that, yes, the government is borrowing, but please, make sure that the monies that were borrowed for these reasons, for these projects that are capital intensive, and for capital generation in the country, should be given every detail and probity to make sure that they are done according to specification.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, on this particular story, this is where we'll be going to. You've heard from Mukhtar, you've heard from the Knight, you've heard from the Fair One. Remember this, if we do a summation of all the numbers we've reeled out, it's still not up to 8.72 billion yet, which means we've not even gone above the budget deficit on its own. But this is what we will tell the government and those running the government information machines. Let the people know what the revenue generation is like on a monthly basis, just the way you get to distribute from FAC to local government, state government. Let them know. Then also the monies that have been borrowed, please. We can ask questions, but you should be able to give answers. Then for those particular beautiful policies that are lying everywhere on those beautiful documents, implementation is always a problem. When Priya talked about the Buy Nigeria, we still see federal government importing things that are not made here in Nigeria, where there are substitutes here in Nigeria. So let's see us walk the talk. We'll go to our next story for today. It has to do with energy infrastructure. Nigeria has urged you to expand CNG and cooking gas infrastructure. It's not just a government stuff. Now, Farouk Ahmed, Chief Executive of Nigeria Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, has expressed concern over Nigeria's limited progress in developing compressed natural gas CNG infrastructure. He revealed that the country currently has fewer than 50 compression stations. It's about 54 to be precise. A figure he described as insufficient to meet growing energy demands and government gas expansion objectives. Speaking at the recently concluded NEEC summit in Lagos, Ahmed emphasized the urgency of accelerating investment in alternative energy sources. He said that greater private sector participation and regulatory support are essential to strengthen energy diversification and reduce dependency on traditional fuels. Ahmed also noted that there are only about 3,000 cooking gas refilling plants nationwide, underscoring the need for wider access to clean energy. He urged policymakers and investors to prioritize infrastructure development to unlock the full potential of natural gas resources and support long-term economic growth. Now let's break this down to the normal everyday person. How easy is access to cooking gas?
Well,
both access, availability, and cost.
Talking about access and cost, there was a report last week Wednesday, I think I sent it to you. Dangote refinery slashed cooking gas price from about 810 naira per kilogram to 760 naira per kilogram. And I was just about to say that if you are calling for more expansion in the CNG and cooking gas, what about regulating the regulators? Just 2 days or 3 days strike, and we saw an upsurge in the price of cooking gas.
1,517.50.
1,517. Now, how will that translate in the minds of investors or people who want to even go into that? Saying what you are doing to a particular person who is just trying to make money and make life maybe a little better for Nigerians. So it brings me back to what I said earlier on. Make the ground viable. It's not just saying, oh, more people should come into the CNG, more people to come into gas, cooking gas and all that. How much is gas right now? I think I bought gas, that was last month. I bought it for about, it was less than almost 12,000 or thereabout. That's 12.5 kg.
12.5 kg.
Yes.
For 12,000.
Yes. At a particular filling station, not, it came down very well.
That's good.
It's good now.
I
That's
think
why
I bought after you for 17.
In fact, I was even happy because normally I think it was around 16 or thereabout. And when I got a hold of, it's actually 12 or 13,000. Let's do it. And I was happy. I think I said it. I even said it right here on this table.
Yes, you did.
I did. So if we're going to make this thing viable, if we're going to actually encourage people to come into this industry, we have to also make it viable. How many gas plants do we have working? We're talking about alternative energy. Are we actually ready to go into this alternative energy? It's a whole lot of things. But, thanks to Dangote, the Otedolas, I think there are Delikes and the rest of them who are also going into this industry. Maybe it will set a very good, viable competition and ultimately reduce the price. But we still need more CNG stations. I mean, how many CNG stations do you see in Lagos? I'm not even talking about other states, but in Lagos, how many do you see? And the queue, there was a day I went to buy fuel at Mobi. The queue for CNG was quite scary. So I think we need more of that.
More of that. He was looking at 50, he said less than 50, but there are new additions, all the same, 54 to be precise as we speak right now. If we are telling Nigerians to go CNG, we are trying to see vehicle conversions. There's a presidential initiative on that. And the person at the end of the day that is going to use this particular gas cannot access it. Same thing with the cooking gas. We're telling, hey, leave firewood, leave coal, let's save the environment. Yet I can't afford the cooking gas. What can the government do?
I think that's a very huge question. First of all, there's deregulation all around. And if you look at it closely, you see that market forces are the ones that seem to be regulating the prices of this cooking gas, and not just market forces. Let me draw a reference from where Olumide said he bought his for 12,000 and Chooks is buying his own for 17,000.
With a beg.
Yeah, with please. So it's obvious that the part of town where Chooks lives, he lives and
it's
dines.
the highbrow.
He lives and dines with the people on the higher side of society. Olumide is quite a humble guy. So he dwelt with the humble people, and he was able to get it for that. But that apart, we also know that the Nigerian factor kicks in, where we seem to take advantage of anything to exploit ourselves. And that is not good. So if the market forces by its own self are taking the price of cooking gas to a specific threshold where people are finding it difficult to buy, or people cannot, like you said, the average people cannot buy because the market prices, and this is volatile. Today it's up, tomorrow it's down, next tomorrow it's up again. If it's like that, and some Nigerians, some people do some certain things that we know when you just want to call out, sometimes the government agencies, maybe the FCCPC or any other relevant agency that has the institutional capacity to carry out a regulatory supervision over people or businesses that sells these commodities. Because if you take advantage, I remember vividly a few years ago, was it the NNPC? Maybe that was the NNPC, or it should be the NNPC. They were locking down filling stations because they were selling the price for which they were selling the fuel was higher than what the government had proposed, what the government had tabled for them to sell. So they were.
That was before deregulation.
That was before the regulation, yes. Oh, yes, now that we have the regulation, but still, now that we have the regulation, you shouldn't engage there. At least government can still put high there. You cannot say...
Consumer protection, price control.
Yes. They can come in there and at least, you cannot be selling things that we are supposed to sell for 5 naira because we know you got it from the right source for 3 naira and you're supposed to sell it for 5 or 6 naira and you want to sell for 10 or 12 naira. That is outrageous. So those agencies should check these people, because if they don't, they can be adding to the burden of Nigerians at the ebb of society, and that will bring a bad name not only to the government but to people, and it will make people to complain. Now, the reason why I'm saying this is because these also have its own direct way of affecting others who are looking at your economy as a prospective or economy for them to come and put in their money to invest, and also if their investment is also driven towards that specific sector or that specific industry. Let's assume as a private individual you want to set up a CNG power plant. So but by the time you begin to calculate the costs involved, you might want to, retrace your steps. So I'm saying we have 3,000 cooking gas refilling plants in the country. That's so insufficient in the country. If you have private individual who wants to come into that sector and they begin to see all this news, not because the government is not doing its own bit, even though it has not done to the extent that we can all be singing its praise, but we cannot keep quiet in the little effort that it has put in place to bring in, to cushion the effect.
Let's go to Zoom first. Now, Mukhtar, I'm coming to you. Do you think these are opportunities, looking at what's happening, our population, our landmass, and we're having 54 refill stations for CNG and just 3,000 gas refill plants? Do you think that this is an open, vibrant opportunity for people to invest in, or there's something that is scaring people away?
It is a vibrant place to invest in, and I think Nigerians as a people, we need to change our hustling mentality. A lot of people in Nigeria will pride themselves as business people, but honestly, what we do in Nigeria is just hustling. We just want quick cash, just quick money. We don't want to invest, and these are opportunities presenting itself. Cooking gas, for example, is a very, very viable business because everybody cooks every day and the market is so huge. The queue that we are seeing in the gas station everywhere shows how big the market is. So more people need to come into that space. And we need to clamp down on fearmongers, because CNG and cooking gas business, even for the end users, a lot of people are scared them. From when I was growing up, I remember how they used to scare people that, if you have gas in your house, your house is going to explode. So when this government introduced CNG, the same thing, we see how the social media was filled with fear-mongering videos that shows people not to embrace this. So we need to manage information and show people that if we are precautious, this is safe source of energy and it's cleaner, and encourage people to go into the business. So while a lot of people don't want to do real investments, there's also the safety concerns there. So we need to continue to educate people. I still know a lot of middle-class families that still cook with coal pot and coal, because they want to be safe and they don't want to embrace the gas. So we need to continue to encourage people to be precautious and embrace this new technology. These inventions are there to make our life better and create business opportunities and prosperity for us.
Thank you very much. You've heard it. The opportunities are there. Just 54 refill plants for CNG, and we are going gas. This is a big, wide opportunity for you to get into. Hey, take that from us. We'll go on a very short break, and when we return, SBA will be right in your face. Don't go anywhere.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market, or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is Souk business landscape.
in Africa. And there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. This unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dangote and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dangote, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one would have assumed his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dangote, but his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria, highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions. Like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015, he won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjudged as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one grounded authority that combines rare intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
Said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souk business landscape.
Welcome back. Remember, you can join this conversation on all social media platforms. Just go and look for Souk News TV, and there we will be in your face. Hey, like us, follow us, and most importantly, share. Always share. Now, let me tell you that the Fair One and the Night are still here, and we are continuing where we stopped. Market relocation. For those who have been wondering, the Computer Village in Lagos is a vibrant market full of entrepreneurs, people that are doing wonders. No wonder Zuckerberg came here and decided to go there. And since then, he's been stealing talent. Okay, let's see what we're talking about. Now, the Lagos State government has told the market people, Lagos State government has directed traders operating at the popular Computer Village in Ikeja to relocate to a new permanent site at Katangoa within the next 18 months. The move is part of the state's long-term urban redevelopment and decongestion strategy aimed at improving commercial order and infrastructure efficiency in Ikeja. Okay, people of God, this is where we are right now. This has been ongoing for almost 2 years now.
Yes.
And they are still there. That market it has a life of its own.
Yes, it does.
And it happens to sit in the middle of
heart
town.
of the city.
So wherever you're coming from, you just hit Computer Village.
Access.
If you're coming from the airport, they are your neighbors.
Yes.
If you're living out of Lagos, they are just right there. Mm-hmm. How easy is it going to be for them to relocate?
All right. First of all, I want to point out that originally Ikeja was designed as a residential place. So having a big commercial ICT clusters, disrupts planning. I just want to put that out there. But then again, when you look at Computer Village, like you said, it's a city of its own. Revenue generation, job creation, wealth creation, a whole lot. I mean, if you want to get anything done, repaired, or bought, talking about tech, it's Computer Village. You don't go anywhere else. They will tell you go to Computer Village, you get the very best of the best. So there's a trust that has been placed on that particular place. And the revenue coming from that place is huge. Now, the government are saying, okay, we've developed a much better place for you that you guys can go and, build. But now let's look at what it will take a maker who has stocked his shop. First of all, moving inventory from one place to another is also going to cost him a lot. So he might resort to selling. And if he has to sell within 18 months, of course, he has to reduce the price, which means there'll be some form of loss to him. Also, moving things from that place to another place, moving his customers. Some customers might now see, depending on which axis of Lagos you are coming from, you might see Katangoa as somewhere a bit much more farther, and they might resort to the Lawansins or any other place nearer to you instead of going to Katangwa. So a lot of people might be discouraged or encouraged to go to Katangwa. So it's a whole lot of things that is going to be there. But whichever way, they need to sort this thing out. And there has been a lot of resistance. There has been a lot of resistance. I don't know whether they're taking it to court. I don't know how far with that, but it's a whole lot. But I think 18 months is still okay for them to, get their acts together.
18 months is okay to plan and move. Okay, Pray, let's talk money. If you are the Ikeja local government chairman, what will you be doing right now?
Ikeja local government chairman. Of course, you'll be crying. You'll be crying. And I dare say the level of vested interest in Computer Village is massive. It's not coming from quarters that are small. It's coming from high up there, for the fact that this had been on the ground for a while. I know Lumide said normally Ikeja was meant as a place of residence, because even that Computer Village, when you go in there, you take a very, very good look. Those houses there, they're not the kind of bungalow houses or the kind of nice houses you will find when you go to Ikeja GRA. They're not the kind of houses you will find when you go to Allen Avenue. The way they are built, they are built the houses that can accommodate, or the houses, residential houses for the people at the grassroots, but they were not converted as a result of the peculiarity of the environment. And you and I know, if we start to make calculations how much they generate in that place annually, it's running to hundreds of millions.
Annually?
Annually.
Talk about daily.
Daily. It's running to hundreds of millions of dollars inclusive. Dollars. And that place is not just a computer village. It's not a common area. That place is a conduit for technology and technological instruments, items that we fish or we import into this country. And I tell you, the number of businesses that are, sprung up because of the activities in that place, they are massive. Because I tend to see computer devices or item shops around Ikeja, and they are all like annexes of what's the activities going on in Computer Village. Why does the government want to move it? Why does the government want to move Computer Village? In fact, it is known globally. If you mention Nigeria outside this place and you start talking about technology and where you can get what and how and where you can get it like this, even outside the country, they are telling you, go to Lagos, Nigeria, go to Computer Village. It's not far from the Murtala Mohammed International Airport. And the fact that you have hotels surrounding that place, whereby people coming outside the country to come and do business in the country, they are it's just a stone throw for them to, sleep over, then do their businesses and leave. And like Chooks rightly said, that Mark Zuckerberg came and he was taken down there. And he also mentioned another aspect I don't even want to talk about. Why do you want to move it away from that place? Now you're taking it to Kwatangwa, and that place, according to Chooks, indirectly though, the local government chairman there will be singing hallelujah. Now, because the IGR coming from that place to that local government, it's a different ball game entirely, and the kind of development that will go there. So maybe we should not look at it from the lens of politics, looking at it from the lens of business. How, when they say that we have built a facility, a place where such kind of business that used to take place in Computer Village will fit into that place in that Katangwa, what is the government saying? That we've built infrastructure, we have built buildings, and we have shops, just the way we have them in Computer Village, that will be taken over. Okay, so if the government remove Computer Village from there, what is it going to do with that place, that land?
Okay.
Is it going to build other businesses? Are we going to have a Silicon Valley kind or type of structure there? Are we going to have a government institution there? How much would that specific area will bring in to Lagos State government? And if from where we are locating to, how long will that place take? How long will the duration of time be before that place will begin to take up the form financially, economic activity-wise, business and development-wise, for it to attain the status and the level of what Computer Village is in the Ikeja?
I think
these are questions for us to consider. And those who have private properties there, if the government is going to possess that place, are there going to be compensation for those people?
Yes.
With the recent valuation of houses that we see not in any other part of the country, but also in Lagos, in that part of town.
Ikeja to be precise.
Ikeja to be precise. Are we going to value it at that amount of money and pay to these people?
Taking a cue from what you said, right conversation, I'm also looking at where this Katangora, what is the rent going to be like? Because these are some of the things that would discourage some traders from going there. Cheap rent, tax breaks, viable road access, because these are some of the things that would also deter people or not bring business to that particular, because if I know the road towards Katangora, I've not really been, I know it's around Abule Egba and the rest of it, and I know there's heavy congestion towards that axis, that might also discourage some walk-in people. Unlike Ikeja, when you're coming from the airport, you're leaving Lagos, you can easily branch.
From the island, you're coming in from
and just, pick up a phone, buy a laptop, do whatever you need to get repairs done, than you leaving the island and heading towards Katangora. You first think about the headache of the traffic. So if we can get some form of access road linking to that place, that would also make it well. Signage, some form of direction to that particular place. Then how viable is that Katangora? Is it going to be built with the latest infrastructure? Parking space, because that's one of the things. Even in Ikeja at that time, finding a place to park in the Computer Village, there's a parking space which you have to pay, I think 500 to, there's one for 500, there's one for 1,000 naira.
And then there's a bus terminal on the other side. You have to shake somebody to park.
So how are you going to take care of that? Because these are some of the things that will bring people down there.
The disruptions is going to be massive.
It's going to be massive.
Okay.
They offer some form of loans for people who might find it hard, because it's an inventory, moving an inventory. Someone who has spent millions, hundreds of millions to stock, now has to move that to another place. It's a whole lot. It's capital intensive also.
Okay. We look forward to positivities. This is business, and we believe business has to grow. Now, if government have, in their own wisdom, said, okay, good, this new location, we want to develop Lagos, and there's no faster way of developing Lagos than moving markets. Markets are the fastest means of developing an area, and please, people also oil the market. So whatever plans the Lagos State is doing, let it be people-oriented. If you're looking for developers, go to Computer Village. Yes. And one of the fastest means of getting goods, like if you go there and you need to do some large purchase, and it doesn't matter the brand, you will be there. As you're making your discussion, they don't need to have it. They just tell you, come, return tomorrow, or return in the evening. And they're calling somebody in the US or somebody in China or somebody, and the plane lands, they pick it up, you get back, and you pick your stuff, and you're gone. So we need to see that viable ecosystem that works, because everything just favors Ikeja. So things should also favor this new location. Just like the gentlemen here have said, transportation, access to that same airport, access to walk-in customers is very, very important. And also for the developers that come with their backpack and go, make provisions where they can always put their heads, because Ikeja was very central. We look forward to better days. Should anything change, we'll also get to tell you. We'll go to our next story, and that has to do with border security. Customs have seized 1.99 billion naira worth of contraband, expired flour from Egypt. Nigerian Customs Service, Seme Area Command, has intercepted contraband items valued at 1.99 billion naira between September and October 2025 along the Lagos-Abidjan corridor. The seizure included illicit drugs and 10,000 bags of expired flour imported from Egypt. According to Customs Area Controller Wale Adenuga, speaking during his maiden press briefing at the command headquarters in Semeboda. Okay, we don't have much time, but let's ask ourselves this direct question. One of the major staple foods in Nigeria is bread. If somebody is putting and pushing out expired flour out there, should this not be charged as terrorism?
I'm glad that there's a country tied to this, so we know where this is coming from. So I think that's one of the first point of call. Liaise with the government of Egypt. Where did this flour originate from? Of course, it crossed some certain borders from Egypt down to Nigeria. So I think I've always clamored about you seizing something, and that's where the investigation stops. The investigation should now start. Let's probe Egypt. Where is this coming from? Let them produce these people who did this thing, and they are bringing it, because like you rightly said, I wouldn't call it terrorism, I'll call it sabotage to the economy, to the health of the economy, or the health of the people rather. So I think this should be followed through. It's not just seizing it. Who brought it in? They had someone who paid them. Even the people, the drivers who brought these trucks in, who paid them? Where is it coming from? Where in Egypt? Who are the customs who allowed this to leave Egypt? These are some of the things, questions that need to be answered. I think the government should even summon the ambassador, summon these people. We need answers, and we need it quickly.
Pray? Yeah. Okay. So first of all, kudos to the Nigerian Customs Service for doing this, for being able to intercept this. And I remember last week, if not 2 weeks ago, they equally intercepted some other things that were being shipped into the country, and they were able to get that. Now look at this, 1.99, also like 2 billion naira. It's a way of sanitizing our business environment, and this in itself, it will empower the government not to lose taxes, because these are through means where government can even lose taxes when the main original genuine products are being imported into the country. Now these ones, what they are going to do, whenever they get into this country, they will bring down the price.
Yes.
They crash the price.
They crash the price. So the those who are domestic business people, their losses are
can't compete.
They can't compete. They'll be completely bruised out of business. And this is very bad. For what I would want the government to do is not just tell us this when the Nigerian Customs do this, After you've done this, the reporters are coming to cover it. Take them to an expanse of land, because I've seen that before. Put all the 10,000 bags, even if you can, and let's see live. You're burning them. You are destroying them, because we want to see you destroy them when they are seized, when they are intercepted. Because if not, after this story and all of that, what if some unscrupulous people find a way to smuggle what had been, smuggled and was arrested? What if they get it out? Because there was a time, even in Computerville, where people were importing fake earpiece and some other electronic gadgets, but they were fake. And we were called as journalists, reporters, to come and cover when the customs, seized these items. They were destroying it right in front of our eyes, and they were crushing everything down to the ground. We saw it. But it has been a long time we've seen things like that happen. We need this to also happen. Like this, 10,000 bags.
Mukhtar, we're coming to you. I still remember sometime last week we talked about something very close to this. Now, this has expired, not just substandard, expired product, that consumables, and somebody is pushing it out there. What's your take on that?
I'll quickly like to touch on the last story. I'm sorry to take you back. The first time the Lagos state government talked about the relocation is 2009. So I just want viewers to take note of that. So on this issue, like I said last time, let's follow the money and prosecute the people up the value chain. What advanced countries usually do is when they see goods like that, they let it go through. They put like a tracker on it and follow it to the warehouse. And sometimes they even let their investigation go on for like 6 months. and they track everything till they get the leader of the ring and they prosecute. So that way they solve the problem. Because if we don't get the ringleader, you seize this, as we are speaking, there are other consignment that are coming through other borders. They're already on the sea or wherever or in the plane. So you see that other ones are coming in because it's a very, very viable business and you don't have an idea of how much these people invest in their business. So 2 seizures, 10 seizures cannot stop their business. It's such a very, very huge ring. And because they are not paying so much on these goods, their expired goods, their profit margin is so huge that it can take so much losses. So we need to prosecute the ringleaders once and for all. That's my take on that.
Okay. Thank you very much. Our time is well spent, but let's still take this story. It has to do with Dangote. Dangote Cement expands African footprint with new plant in Ivory Coast. Now, Dangote Cement has officially commenced operations at its new plant in Antigua, about 30 kilometers from Abidjan, Ivory Coast. The announcement was made by the managing director of Dangote Cement, Ivory Coast, Serge Gota, during a ceremony held at the Novotel Abidjan Mercury on Wednesday. According to the statement released by the group on Sunday, the new facility, which spans 50 hectares, has a production capacity of 3 million tons of cement per year, making it one of Dangote Cement's largest plant outside Nigeria. Okay, gentlemen, before Obasanjo, we were importing cement from the West.
Yes.
Even from China. But now the story is changing. Then we started producing cement in Nigeria. Then more plants came up. Then we went to Gambia. Now is Ivory Coast. And the beautiful part of it is that it's still a Nigerian company. Are we seeing better days ahead?
Yes, I would say we can see better days ahead. But maybe because I'm just a little bit jealous that Dangote being a businessman, because Dangote being a businessman,
a visionary.
Yeah, being a businessman needed to make sure that the whole of Africa, he wants to make sure that he covers the whole of Africa when it comes to cement production. And for the government, Abiy Ahmed, the Prime Minister of Ethiopia, I think he has done excellently well for being able to attract Dangote down there. 3 million tons of cement.
For Ivory Coast.
For Ivory Coast.
Yes.
It's huge.
Ethiopia is fertilizer.
Ethiopia is fertilizer, yes, for Ivory Coast. 3 million tons for cement for Ivory Coast. But I want to look at inwardly Nigeria, and like the story that Olumide had to send across over the weekend, how the former president was able to bring in public-private partnership to make sure that we stop, or the level of importing cement into the country is reduced to the extent that we can start producing that domestically. And we know Dangote is still a heavy player in that industry, in that sector here in Nigeria. Yes, expanding, but expanding outside the shores of Nigeria too is also good. So the thing is, importation now may not completely be coming from the West, because now it seems like it's going to be coming from Africa.
Yes.
But what actually made him to not start production in Nigeria at first, he said, importing into Nigeria and producing in Nigeria are two different issues. Importing is more advantageous than producing. Now, I think now that we now have another counterpart, or a cement factory in Ivory Coast, don't you think it's like a recurrence of what made him what led to the pact that Obasanjo brought him to come and produce here? Because trust other businessmen, they want to buy from Ivory Coast, right?
Yeah,
ship into the country.
Those close to Ivory, we have BUA, we have BOA, we have Ibeto, we have Sokoto, we have like 3
in Nigeria.
Yes,
because
cement factories,
yes,
right? And more are still coming.
Yes.
Yet we can't satisfy
our market because it's very, very huge. Yes. And that's because our real estate industry is on another level. And we are
still exporting.
And we are still exporting. So the thing is, what's happening? There was a time that what's happening in the oil and gas sector, where Dangote is having this loggerheads with the oil marketers and other competitors happened in the cement industry, where they were even at loggerheads. You reduce 2 naira, I reduce 4 naira, you reduce 5 naira. We want to see more of that case, but I hope that it's not going to be the one that will lead to laying off of 800.
If you want to say something, say it directly.
Of 800.
Mukhtar, we are coming to you before the night takes over. Mukhtar? Yeah, welcome back. Now we are seeing Nigerian companies leave Nigeria and establish factories outside Nigeria, which is good. We're seeing a lot of products that we used to import from the West, we are making now, and we're seeing some other kind of industries in the West kindly folding because their customers here are no longer buying from them. Should Africa do more of this?
Yes, Africa should do more of this. Dangote is such a huge inspiration to African entrepreneurs and businessmen. He's showing them that it's possible. And not only him, other business people like Tony Elumelu, they are quietly building an African or Nigerian global companies that have footprints all over Africa and across the world. And 2 lessons for us there, for us as Nigerians, that we can build global companies. Dangote is demonstrating that. And secondly, that if we push away our investors, other countries will accept them and welcome them with open arms. We have 36 states in Nigeria. It's so sad to see that none of these governors are able to attract this kind of investments in their states. It's so sad. And for people that think that clamping down on Dangote is going to solve the monopoly problem they think we have in Nigeria, this is a lesson to you. If you push him, he's going to go to other countries. The only way to solve a monopoly problem is to encourage and help other businesses to thrive, to compete. Create a level playing field and help other people to thrive. That's the only way to solve monopoly. But somebody cannot invest so much money and then we're giving them problem because we're saying, oh, we don't want him to have monopoly. Get other people in the industry. That's what we need to do. And we need to protect all our investors and investments. We need to treat them as our national assets. Dangote is the biggest private employer of labor. So it should be treated like a national asset. It's like a president on his own. So we need to treat our investors well to keep the job. We are screaming of unemployment. So it's so sad for me. I'm happy for Dangote for expanding his footprint, but it's so sad for me as a Nigerian, despite the deficit that we have in the labor market, for this such huge investments to go to another country. And this is 2 happening in the same year. First is fertilizer to Ethiopia. Now this is a cement plant going to Abidjan, and we have 36 viable states. It saddens my heart. So we need to do better as a people.
Thank you very much, Mukhtar. It's also very happy and nice for us on this side to have you on this beautiful Monday. Thank you very much, Mukhtar.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Olumide, this is one of those things that China have done over the years. They've directly, intentionally grown home-made billionaires that have gone forward to influence the world. What is stopping us from doing the same?
I don't have the answer to that, but I think, like I will always say, making the economy viable, creating a level playing ground for local manufacturers. That is the only way they can now decide that they can expand their tentacles. Now, congratulations to Ivory Coast. They're going to witness some form of ultra-fast industrial growth, job creation, stimulation of the economy. It's going to be a whole lot. And it's a win-win for both Dangote and the country. But I'm also looking at some form of resistance from local producers, local manufacturers in that country. How would they see Dangote? Would they see him as a threat to their own business? That's some of the things that he would have to battle with, but that's his headache. But, I've always said that, I mean, imagine if we had more Dangotes, and the only way we can have more Dangotes is if investors see a situation whereby if they invest in a particular sector, they will make profit. Not that one particular association will come someday and say, oh, we're shutting down this, and it affects the whole economy comes to a halt. That's why I said, who regulates the regulator? We need to take care of that. We also need to make sure that, I mean, if we are taxing, and some form of tax incentive should be given. With the new tax reform coming in 2026, there should be some sort of tax incentive for local manufacturers to be able to go into any. We should encourage a lot of people to go into making of flour, making of sugar. I mean, if we had a lot of people producing flour, we would not be having expired flour coming into the country. Sugar, the rest of them. I mean, these are some of the things that, and that's why I now say that 30% processing, to me, is not going to cut it. It should be 100. And whatever we can produce in Nigeria, okay, maybe let's not ban it. Higher tax, higher import duties on anything coming into this country that can be manufactured here. I think that's one of the ways to go.
One of the ways to go. So,
yeah, I think that cuts it.
Which cuts it?
What he just said.
All he just said cuts it.
What he said last.
Okay. Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure having you on this side. And hey, we are grateful. We are very, very grateful. We look forward to an Africa where we will come to the market just like every other nation and continent come to the market, and we will bargain based on interest, not based on someone borrowing someone money and having access to cut you short based on his advantage over you. Thank you very much for watching. Remember, this is Monday. We have to be productive. We have 4 days after today till the next weekend. So let's get working. This is Nigeria. It belongs to me. It belongs to you. So it's our responsibility to grow it. Be positive, be nice, and be your brother's keeper. My name still remains Chooks, John Rogers Chooks. Thank you very much. Pray.
I am Oyin Priye Krumale. Many thanks for watching.
And I'm Olumide Shokoya. See you soon.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souk business landscape.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Honor of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Ayers Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Well, thank you once again for inviting me over. What would I say? Just doing a lot of wonderful things all over the world, working towards development of humanity in the areas of most especially sports development, football management, football administration, and other businesses I'm involved in. So that's what I've been up to. Well, basically, the National Sports Commission is there to ensure that sports development is put in a proper perspective. There are a lot of papers, a lot of policy papers, a lot of things that have been put in place. So they need to go into it, look at it, and structure something positive out for the development of sports in the country. I'm sure they have all what it takes to do it, and the zeal and the power to go ahead and put those things in place. So that's basically what they need to do. How the implementation is key. And I know, well, one way or the other, they should have the wherewithal to do it. So I wish them all the best. Well, you see, I don't like criticizing. I think I've gone away from areas of criticizing, but the standard of the league is very poor, and they have to put all efforts together to improve on the league. Also, the technicalities of the game, the manpower. We have to, we're still doing what we practiced 15 to 10 years ago. So it's not changed. So all those things have to change. We have to go away from the mediocre ways of running the game and put in more investment in development of the game itself. Clubs have to be, it's so sad that we in Nigeria prefer to watch the Premier League compared to the Nigerian Premier League. It's a sad story. I remember 40 years ago, you could go to the stadium and watch our local, amateur league, and there were standards. So there's no reason why we can't bring that back. It's the wherewithal, the willpower to do it, and the stem from, having to go away from the area of mediocrity, where we bring in professionalism. We have the people that can do it, without any doubt. But for the system to allow them come in and do those things is another question. How that is going to be done, we've talked about it for many years, but nothing has been done about it. I pray and I hope someday they'll put up the proper perspective and the willpower to do those things. When it comes to grassroots football, we really have to start with kids from a very early age. We must have we have to start with them from age 5 to 16, to 18, to 20. So you have to have a sequence, a system where you build around from the very younger ones, and you have a uniform structure. Number one, we have to identify the kind of football we want to play in Nigeria, our type of flow, our ethos, what we want to play. And then we can now imbibe that, put it in our kids from a very early age. So from age 5, you go under 5 to under 8, under 8 to under 12, under 12 to under 16, under 16 to under 18. You have those structures in place, and it's spread around the nation. Now, where it's not the under 5 or under 18 where you put a 20-year-old or 25-year-old. We have to have a system where those kids are registered and we can monitor them from a very early age. You understand me? Where we don't cheat, where we bring in the right age and we train them to perform at different age group levels. And going into from there and then going into the national sides, so we can start playing the under 10, under 15 or under 16, under 18. You understand me? So those structures have to be in place, which we don't have today. There must be uniformity. You understand? So if we can do that in the future, we will progress. But there must be a system in place. We must have coaches that have been trained to work with the kids from that very early age. And those coaches are trained within the system, within the Nigerian Football Federation, and then they're sent out to work with those children all over the nation. The football academies we have today are only out to sell players. You understand me? So what I'm saying here is where we have, I'm not saying academies shouldn't sell players or not. Those players in the academies, if we have uniformity, should be playing in the league. And then we must have a cap where we say, look, until you're a certain age, you can't leave the country. You must play in that league because we've invested in you. We've invested in those kids. So maybe they will have to play till they're 20 or 18 or 19, where they can now go out, you understand, to play abroad. But there must be a structure in place, and there must be laws guiding it. That's the only way we can excel. It also goes to it also goes back to what I've been saying. The girls, the female team in Nigeria today, I believe the girls, I call them girls or ladies, are the ones that will ever win the World Cup first. They got the capacity, they got the women football, they can win the World Cup. They got what it takes. But then it now goes back to our attitude and the corruption in the system. You understand me? If you allow the other girls from a very early age develop, and you have the same system I'm talking about, that cap of under 5, under 8, under 10, and you structure and you do it continuously in uniformity, we will be world beaters. We will win the World Cup at any given time because the women have got the grit. They pick up very faster than our men. They tap the balls. They are more technically better, within that range. So, but it's for us to develop those things and to take away corruption. First, when we talk about indigenous coaches, what coaches do we have? You see, if you don't have a competitive league, a highly professional league, how do you want to get good coaches? You can't get good coaches. The coaches, it's not that we don't have the capacity to build good coaches. We have a lot of talents in this country that can be world beaters, that could be top coaches. I talk to young stars. Young stars will talk to you about the technicality of the game. They're very bright. Even my son, when he talks to me about football, I think he knows the game better than I do today. The technicalities of the game, you understand me? The formations, how players play back and forth. It's because you've given them the exposure. And we need to give our young stars that exposure. We need to develop them. That's what we're not doing. We have to invest in them. But for now, we have not done that. And what we're doing today is those bunch of coaches we have are not good enough to run the national team at that level of competition. I have one or two of them in America that are sound, they're there. But how many of them can you bring into the system? You understand me? Our local coaches, we need
National Institute of Sports.
Now, please, let's forget about the National Institute of Sports. That I use a word, it's been alamalized. That's a very poor system. It has nothing. We have nothing there. I'm serious. I'm not running anything. Our National Sports Institute is a disgrace. So we shouldn't be talking about that. Yeah. If you want to talk about a National Sports Institute, then you go to Australia and other countries and you see what it is. You see the standards. We don't have those things. Ours is archaic.
Is it beyond redemption?
There's nothing beyond redemption. It can be, we can work on it. We can develop it. We just have a time frame, work around it. See, there's nothing we cannot do in this country. We got everything possible to do it. It's the wherewithal. Do we have that mindset to do it? Are we ready for it? Those are the things we have to look at. Or do we want to continue with our mediocrity? But really, sincerely speaking, there's nothing impossible. We can do anything here. We've got great youngsters. We have to remove all this old, archaic way of thinking and then bring in a more modern, professional approach to things. So that's it. The media is one of the most corrupt anyway, I'm sorry to say. The sports media and all that, the sports writers. I worked in the system, I know how corrupt they are. Majority of them are corrupt. I'm saying it. They can challenge me, but it's the truth. Until we get rid of all those things, where our boys go and collect envelopes to write or favor people, we're not going to get anywhere. I'm not saying the press, but the sports writers are a disgrace. See, the supporters club is not going to do anything or develop football. This is just to travel, get things. Oh, it's fine. It's good to have fans. But what has that got to do with football development? Nothing. Supporters club is not going to do anything. They're playing their own politics. You understand me? They want to travel. That's it. Travel around the world, do things. But is that part of football development? That is not football development. So let's leave that aside. We're talking about the professional, the technicalities, what it takes to develop national sides or a proper league. Then the supporters club has nothing to do with it. Do you see, how many people do you see at stadiums in Nigeria instead of watching football? Scanty, there's nothing. It's not like in the days where in the 70s or even in the 60s, if you're going to play a game at 4:45 in the afternoon, the stadium is full to capacity. At 11 in the morning. You don't have that anymore. So what are we talking about supporters club? Yeah, if you build a league that has the quality, the professionalism, and all the standards are put in place, then you can bring them back. Then you can bring the crowd back. I think it's very unfair to call it lesser sports. All sports are tops. Yeah, it's very wrong to call them. They're top sports. Basketball is tops. Athletics is tops. It's very wrong. I think it's very unfair to call them lesser sports. See, bottom line is the politics, the greed. You understand me? We have top talented basketball players all over the world. We can put them together. It's all about management. It's all about commitment. But you don't have those things there. It's about myself. It's all about self-aggrandization. What do I get from this? It's not about what do we do to build these teams or these athletes to be world beaters. Do you understand me? So you're not going to get anything out of it. You will never. It's the bottom line. You'll never ever get anything. So you'll always have factions, you'll always have people fighting. Why do you fight for what? If you can collectively come together to build a system, a structure for basketball, for example, because the girls are tops, they can perform, they can do far better than where they are today. I always tell you, the female teams in Nigeria will always excel in athletics, in basketball and all that. Our male are a bit arrogant and clunky in doing things, but the ladies are always more committed. They've got what it takes, but they need good management. It's not that the men can't do it too, the men can do it, but it all also evolves with good management. Taking away politics, taking away greed, not a situation where a coach is collecting money from a player to put a player in the team, or a member of the football association fighting for their children or family to play in the national team, or a member of government is asking someone to put their kids in the team. No, that's not it. Where is the nationalism? Where's that patriotism? Patriotism. I don't care where you come from. If you're good, you're good. If you're better than my own people, then my own people have to sit down and you let them, the others that can perform. Where would you have quota system in football? Where's that done? Do you understand me? So we have a lot of issues we need to resolve. Well, what do you expect? The athletes themselves are far more successful and far more exposed than the administrators. So the administrators obviously are always envious of those ones, and they make life difficult for them. Do you understand me? Where you have people that are not competent enough running a system, people that are not exposed, that haven't got the professional ethics to run the thing, that's what you get. Then the greed aspect, which is a standard norm for us in this country. Greed. Where people believe athletics is only, you being a member of the Athletics Federation is all about traveling. You understand me? He wants to travel, she wants to travel. She wants to be in the, what do you call them, in the group of people that are going away. See, you can never get no results. They're all fighting to get something. Then they don't care about the athletes. They want to be in a delegation that is going to travel. Do you understand me? So that's basically it. They're not interested in the development. They haven't got the zeal. You understand me, sir? So once you don't have those things, you can never get anything right. Yeah, the private sector is one. The cricket has more because, government involvement is not as, I think you have more of the private people, interested private people that have gone to schools, top schools, that played cricket in those days. Those are the ones that are promoting cricket. So you're going to get results, you understand me? Because they're far more exposed, they understand what it takes. So the commitment is there. They're using their own funds to push, to develop the game. You understand sports. So that's why cricket is picking up. Oh, you mean the National Sports Festival? I think for now we don't really need that. We need to do more with the private sector. I think the new chairman of the National Sports Commission, he seems he's an exposed person. I think he's got to sit right and see how he can profile solutions to these things and change the course of. He's got what it takes to do it. He just has to come out of that shell, come out of that darkness. I'll call it darkness, and come into real light. I think he has it. But National Sports Festival, I don't think we're ready. We really need that now. We need to do more with youth development programs. You see, a National Sports Festival in those days was more interesting because you had more schools, inter-school sports. And that is where the best athletes came from. We don't have that anymore. So first we need to build the schools athletics and all that, build it to a standard, and then go into national sports festivals. For now, we don't have that. And I think the National Sports Commission has to look into that, how they can work with the Ministry of Education and see how they can build that again. School sports. That's where you get the best. In those days, the best athletes, we knew those that will run, that will actually participate and run for Nigeria. We knew the ones that would do high jump, long jump, triple jump. We knew them, both female and females, from secondary school. You don't have that anymore. So where do they come from? Nowhere. So you have, like in those days where some schools will go and get mercenaries, pay for them to come and run. That's what you get today. So it's corrupt. Now, the Sports Commission has to work on that. It has to change it. And I know they can do it. They just need to sit back and look at how they will change the course of things. If you want to unite Nigeria with good sports, then you got to give them good results, good teams that can perform. You understand me? In the process of winning competitions, or they have a team, or they have teams that have got the quality that can move the nation, then you unite. Everybody wants to watch good football. Everybody wants to see a great athlete running. You want to see a good high jumper performing at the best. When you see that, it draws everybody together. If you have a good national team that plays excellent football, look, in Nigeria, when you look at our team, the 94 team, we were the 5th in world ranking. You were talking about ranking, which I don't really. When we really had a good ranking, we were number 5 in the world. The 94 team was number 5. The World Cup 94, we were rated as the 5th best team in the world. And you look at the style of football we played. We developed our own style of football, took it to the world, and we were respected. We don't do that anymore. We have to have an identity. You understand me? Our footballers are not the best. We're good, we're very athletic, we're strong, we're physical. You understand me? We've got to build that kind of football. We are not as technical when it comes to techniques and all that, like the Europeans. But when it comes to the physicality, you understand me, we're better. When it comes to the physicality, the mental strength, we have it. So you have to build around that. You're putting a bit of technical things there, but the main issues is we got to have the muscles, the strength to run any team down. That's the kind of football we should play. We're playing lazy football now. We have to play what we played then, where we run any team down. We can play 2-3 hours non-stop. We never get tired. We don't have that anymore. We can even string passes. We can't play 2 against 4, 3 against. We don't do it anymore. We're lazy. It's not only the coach. Yeah, the coach and then the association, the federation. They don't have a vision. You have to know what you want to present to the world. It's like any other top team in the world. Real Madrid, Barcelona, they have their own type ethos, their own style of football. And this is what they sell to the world. We don't even know what we're doing. We have to have what it takes to sell to the world. This is what we want to do. This is how we can perform. This is the style we're going to play. And that style we believe in. And then we build the youngsters from very early to play that same type of football. We have the manual that we can work with. Uniformity. Simple. That's it. No, it's individual and the corporate organizations. They're not doing enough. Everything can't just be government. Today, you don't even have Nigerians pumping money into sports like they used to do that. I'm sorry, I don't want to digress, and I don't want to say what my father did. I'm not promoting my family, but I knew how he invested millions of dollars building the national teams. Yeah, his personal funds. You don't get those things anymore. Do you understand me? You have to see the '94 team was done outside the outside government. It was done by individuals. That was why we were successful. But you don't have those things anymore. You just have a bunch of greedy leaders and greedy individuals or corporate bodies. It's all about them and their family. They're not giving it. So how do you want the kids to perform? How? All the kids are out there wasting away. We've got great talents in this country, but they're wasting away because we're not helping out. We're not encouraging them. We're not building structures, institutions where you can build those, you can develop those kids. Yeah. So they're on the street doing yahoo, doing all sorts of stupid things. Yeah. Because there's no competition. There's nothing to draw their attention. You understand me? Until we do those things, we can never ever change. We can't get it right. Yeah, well, for me, I don't see any difference for me, whatever you give to the female teams, you also give to the senior, to men. Because our team, our female team, at the world ranking today, we're tops, we're recognized. So you have to also allow, but for men, anywhere in the world, men always have an advantage. But doesn't mean the disparity should be so much. You give the ladies, I remember when I was the FA chairman, I remember once the female team was in camp, and we went there in Ota. When we found out what they were earning, it was disgraceful. They couldn't even buy their, I'm sorry to say that, what you ladies use, your pads, you couldn't even buy it. I had to tell them, these are women. Why are you treating them like rubbish? They have to be looked after, because they're going to need more of those systems, because you have more wastage than men. Don't let me go into what I'm saying, but I understand. So the women have to be well taken care of. Yeah, simple. So you've got to give them what it takes. To strike a balance. You have to strike a balance. The solutions I'm going to give you, I can't give you a straight off head, right? But really, since first, we have to get rid of greed. We have to go away from all this religiosity in the system, because religion has destroyed the fabrics of a nation. See, being a Christian or a Muslim or whatever doesn't mean you've got to cheat people or lie to people or not show love. You understand me? Or the religious, when I come to religion, the churches, the institutions we have today are not developing education. There must be uniformity in education. They're not developing education. Education is key. But you know what we have today? Half-baked educated youths. Half-baked. And that's the worst you can ever have. And that is key in anything we do. First, to have good leaders, well-structured. In Germany, in Europe, and now, the kids that go to the best universities, some kids are developed, they're built up to be top civil servants. So they go to Oxford, they go to Cambridge, they become top politicians. Then you have the ones that will become big and top engineers, and now they go to certain universities. All those things are structured. We had it before in the past. It's gone. We've got to find the way. It's not about just giving licenses to universities. But for me, the foundation, education, is very key. When you have half-baked youths, and you have half-baked leaders that haven't got that structure in place, that proper education, they can never excel. What are you going to tell them? They will never get it right. So that's very key. Now, when you talk about policies, who are the ones that are going to put the policy papers together if they're half-baked? Because you need policy papers, you need to have a better understanding of your environment, of the society. You have to have a better understanding of how the society will grow. So if you don't have that in mind, you can never develop. So you need those things to make the nation change. I'm just giving it in a nutshell. Yeah, you need more commercial, you need more private sector funding, you need more sponsorship, and then, like I said, you need more training. You need to train your coaches. Our referees are the most Nigerian referees. Do you see any referee participate in any African Nations Cup? No. Because, and you're telling me it's the best league. That's the most corrupt league in the world. Because our coaches are not even, our referees are not even allowed. They never invite them for any Nations Cup. So what are we talking about? What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Every match in the MPFL, most of the games, all home teams win. You don't see away teams coming to win. So are you telling me that's a balanced league? It's not a balanced league. It's a corrupt league. So that has to change first. When that changes, you understand me? And also, then other things will follow. You see, you have the National Olympic Committee that is run, by the private sector and government. Now you need to get the right people in the private sector to come in there to work with some people in government, people that have got the wherewithal, that got the financial muscle and the commitment to do those things. Not just people that are hustlers that just want to get something out of it. It's about people that want to give. That's what Olympics is all about. People that give, that are ready to give, to develop Olympians to be world beaters. People that truly want that mood, that that soul of Olympics to excel. That's what we need. And that is what we have to work on. And that comes from leadership, that comes from the system, where you choose the right people that have got what it takes to build the Olympic team.
My name is Muiba Wonu Folami, an indigenous of Lagos State, Ikorodu, to be specific. I was born in Lagos 86 years ago, and to the glory of God, I'm still alive and well, and trying to be a relative in the cause of women. I attended primary school. I started at Ansarudin Alakuru School. From there to CMS Girls School, and then Queen's College, Lagos. From Queen's College, I went to the Portsmouth College of Technology for my A-levels, and then University of London for my first degree in law. The same university for my master's degree in law. I had, between obtaining my master's and my first degree, I was in Nigeria to do the mandatory law school course. I was one of the last people to do a 3-month course before it was changed to 1 year. I then went back to England for my master's, and from there to lecture at the University of Zambia. Back to Nigeria, I was appointed by Dr. Taslim Elias, the CJ of Nigeria, to the Commission for Advance Notice to Lawyers of Developments in Law. It was a commission funded by the Ford Foundation to keep lawyers abreast of the developments in law. I was a director there. Then from there, I was admitted to the Federal Ministry of Justice. After being legal advisor to many ministries, I ended up as the Director of Public Prosecutions for the Federation. And after that, whilst I was the Director of DPP, I was appointed Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Lagos State. After retirement, I've been involved in social work, in religion. I've always had religion, but I spend more time on religion. I read, I watch telly, and I live a good life to the glory of God. You see, when you begin to think that it was not until 2007 that women started to get equal pay in tennis tournaments. And it was something that was fought for. Little things like that does not add to equality. But when it was done, it may be small, but at work, even at work in employment, women are still discriminated against. And most women do two jobs. They look after the home, and they do the normal work that a man does in an office. Why I fail to understand this inequality in the treatment of women is that the work, the responsibilities in the workplace is not reduced for women, even though we do not want to be paid the same salary as men. It's a fight that has continued, and in that area, I think we need to do more to push for more recognition. Women have contributed immensely to the society. The men that are now resisting equal pay were brought up by women. Exactly. That's what I do not understand, that they can think like that. We continue to push.
But how can we speed this up?
By bringing it to the attention of world powers, recognition by every country of equal opportunities, equal pay. I want to know, I want somebody to explain to me the jobs that women cannot do.
Yeah.
They've contributed immensely. Even in the new thing, IT, we're at par with men. So I do not see the reason for it. Unfortunately, I did not experience it, because when I left university, I practiced law briefly in my uncle's chambers before I went to University of Zambia as a lecturer. There, my position was enhanced in the sense that I was a foreigner, and I got all the benefits of being a foreigner, serving in their service. Fortunately, in Nigeria today, the federal government does not discriminate in terms of salaries. Whether you're a man or a woman, you get the same salary scale, and you are promoted on equal basis. Kudos to the federal government, to Nigeria for that. But in the private sector, things are different. In some companies, this is the areas that we have to work on, because the job content is the same. Some of these facilities are available in Nigeria. I learned by being a member of the Society for the Disabled that every government body must admit a certain percentage of women and of disabled people. So most times this opportunity is not taken. They are bound to employ them. We continue to push for that to be implemented in most ministries. It's important because it's there. You have to take a certain percentage of disabled people to work in government positions. It's important that we work to enforce that rule in our society. When it comes to discrimination, Nigeria is way ahead of some developed countries maybe because through slavery, we faced discrimination right from the beginning. We now know how to resist it. But in my country, Nigeria, in the federal government, in the state government, there's no discrimination. It may happen in private organizations, but they must continue to push to let them understand that the job content is the same. Well, you see, traditionally, under our culture, women are in the other room. To borrow the quotation.
Yeah.
That's our society, that's our culture. It's going to take a long time to evolve. In my time, female education was not so-called popular. It's only the educated few that strove to send their children to school, their girl child to school. They end up trading with their mothers or going to market and getting married off early. But as education began to rise in our community, its value was seen by my parents and others of their contemporaries to educate the girl child. And I believe the society is benefiting from that. So we must continue to push for the education of women, of girls. I have thought that, when I read that, the certain state government has appointed look at our National Assembly, 4 women in the Senate. Isn't that shameful? And that is the society. We have to continue to push women up. Let these political parties know that we want women. Let us organize ourselves to continue to vote for women massively. I give kudos to our governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu. His cabinet women is well represented in his cabinet. And I enjoy that, I love him for that. And I continue to urge him to do more. He's done a lot. I think Lagos State has the largest representative of women in cabinet. First of all, they have to project themselves in their office space, their workspace. let everybody know that they are equal to the task. Let us organize. There's a lot of society groups and societies that cater for the interest of women. I believe now violence against women is reducing in the society because there are sanctions for such behavior. I must say that speaking to the organization in charge of violence against women, I was amused to learn that some men come there to complain that they are also being violated and abused.
Yes, it's a two-way thing.
It's a two-way thing. So that is reducing our society. Education of the girl child is important. We have to let the locals know that education is important. Let them showcase to them the lives of those who have been educated and who are holding high positions. I'm glad that our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has returned history to the classrooms. It's important. Let them know about people that have contributed to the development of our societies and country. It's important. Yes, it's education. It's education. Once people are educated and they know that there is nothing a man can do that a woman cannot do when it comes to the workplace. We have women engineers, miners, and also all of that. Give me a job specific that a woman cannot do, then I'll change my views. So the moment you begin to upgrade education, let government now continue to vote more for education. I don't believe we are doing enough. There is a UN convention, and I think Nigeria is part of that convention, that a certain amount of a nation's income should be devoted to education. I'm not sure whether Nigeria is complying with that. But some states are better than others. And we must, education, I believe in education of the girl child. Some states now are taking children, girls off the street. Walking is completely prohibited. Things like that will help. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, we are not advanced enough to use our votes to change things. We are still not voting for individuals. We are voting for parties, irrespective of performance. Education will help. And when we join other nations for the same purpose, we get results. Our organizations who are fighting for women in Nigeria should join worldwide organizations to showcase our own situation and learn. I believe that when you talk to others, you come back with ideas on how to improve things. So we must improve things by telling women in positions to continue to prove that they are more than up to the task. It will not come to us on the platter of gold. We must show by our actions and behavior that we are up to the task. Of course, some women are wrong in claiming equal rights to their husbands in the house. I completely abhor that behavior. Even though they are husband and wife, the man in my culture remains the head. He should be respected. His views should be respected. It's only now the condition of living is so high that you join the two incomes together to run the house. In the past, it was the men that ran the house to pay for everything. Maybe some of these women are thinking that because they are contributing a quota to the development that they have equal rights. Yes, they have equal rights in the upbringing of the children, in their homes and everything. But respect is important. That will keep the home, and the children will learn and imbibe it into their own children too. Equal right does not, in my view, mean that you can be good, can not submit to your husband's wishes. Equal right means something differently. Respect comes out of it. It's important. I go out and I'm like appalled at the way women dress. There's a competition to show as much of your body, to do that much as your as much of your body that you can. It's absolutely difficult. They're not women. They're no longer women. The exposure, things that if you did in my time, a member of the community will cover you with a cloth and send you home. Because community mattered at that time. You dare not misbehave outside your compound because this community is watching you and reprimanding you if you go wrong, if you behave badly outside. That is law. And that is why you see people, even their dressing, show disrespect to womanhood and to themselves and to the community. We must learn, teach our children etiquette of dressing, speech, how to think and speak in a decent manner. We don't have it anymore. We're losing it, and it's shameful because people are appreciating naked women on the streets. Both sides. If people dress badly and you tell them and ignore them, they won't try the next time. For instance, I believe nobody can dress to come to my house or to come to my party like a naked woman. I will turn her back. I will turn her back. So that's the type of thing that we should all do. Let the people doing this know that we do not appreciate things like this. When the society itself corrects it, we must correct it individually. We should, if their parents cannot correct it, we must, by ignoring them and not allowing them to come near us. Show our women that have contributed to the society. Yeah. Show them, showcase them, showcase them. Yeah. We have the first woman senior advocate of Nigeria. We have Okonjo. We have, in the UN. We have all sorts. We have what's this pharmaceutical woman? She's done so much. The younger ones are there. Little ones like Shadi Okoya is managing her husband's company and doing well. Let's encourage them. They are young. The young ones, they are working to improve the society. There's so many of them out there. We should showcase them. Let them know that we have women who are of top quality, intelligent, and well-behaved, and they dress well. Dressing well is dressing in a manner that is appealing to the eyes, not nakedness. That's my darling, this new CJN of Nigeria.
Okay.
Who do that? I did talk about Kikirieku. I mean, we're there. Female CJN.
Yeah.
And there are so many female chief judges all over the Federation. There are so many in the medical profession, in the engineering profession. We have pilots. So let them know that there is nothing that a woman cannot do. In IT, in everything, women are moving forward. We should showcase them. We should let their pictures be seen in our newspapers, in our news, in everything, to encourage young girls that you too can get there. If they don't see, and if they don't know the history of these women, how they got there, they too will not be inspired. We have to inspire the young people with the achievements of women achievers. Kekere rose from magistrate to right to the top. I admire her. She's well composed, well behaved. Some of these people, when they become something, they lose their heads. They start to, no, she's so respectful, well behaved, well dressed. I don't think she would allow herself or her children to come out naked. Never. So people like that, Okonjo Iweala the same. We have a lot.
Nigerian National Medicine Development Agency, NNMDA, was created in 1997 and backed by Act 2019 to enable the federal government of Nigeria through Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation actualize its critical and strategic mandates to research, develop, document, preserve, conserve, and promote Nigeria's natural medicine defined as indigenous medicine. 4 Director Generals had steered the affairs of the agency since its creation 28 years ago. A new vista, however, opened in the history of the existence of the agency when Martins Emeje, a distinguished pharmacist and professor of nanotechnology, was appointed as the 5th Director General and Chief Executive Officer in May 2023. Before taking on the mantle of leadership at the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje was the Chair R&D at the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, with many feats on drug formulation and R&D results to his credit.
I deliberately applied for this job. There was advertisement. I applied. I wrote the exam. It was an online exam. Nobody saw anybody. And 1 hour exam online. when you submit your answer sheet, you have a copy of the answer sheet that you have. So I have the copy of the answer that I submitted online that day, and that is my manifesto. So every month, I look at the answers that I submitted, and it guides me in the work that I do. As a researcher and proudly the first and only research fellow in Nigeria who is heading a research institute, I know exactly the problems of R&D in Nigeria, because nobody in Nigeria has or is currently heading a research institute, and he went through the rank and file from being a trainee researcher to an intern researcher, an NYSC researcher, and then a research professor. This is the background that I have.
Call him a round peg in a round hole, and you won't be wrong, as he hit the ground running, leaving a lot of innovations on his trail, achieving great strides in the areas of education, agriculture, and health, thereby raising the bar in R&D in natural medicine for the agency. From May 2023, when he was appointed, within just a few months, 4 oral solid dosage formulation products were unveiled.
My greatest moment actually happened on 8th of March 2024, when the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Naji, came to Lagos in the campus of NNMDA here to launch 4 oral solid dosage forms. It was not just the first time it was happening in NNMDA, the very first time it was happening in Nigeria. We decided that we will go for education as a major target, as a major KPI. And we went for it aggressively and got accreditation to start a 2-year national diploma in natural medicine. So this agency, for the first time in Nigeria, we now have a school of natural medicine. It's never been heard before. It happened in this administration within these 2 years. Within these 2 years too, because the country saw that we had made explosive advancement in this area, we got upgraded to what we call an awarding body for national skills acquisition in traditional medicine. One of the best medicinal gardens that you can find in Africa right now is in this country, owned by the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, and we did it these 2 years. In fact, two of our products that is waiting for Mr. President launching was we got our raw materials from our Nasarawa State Farm in Karo. Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in the world. Cassava. The only country that competes with Nigeria is Brazil. Yet, Nigeria does not have value-added cassava products. Yet, Nigeria imports starch to make pharmaceutical products. We made a presentation to the National Assembly, and the Senate of our National Assembly supported us. So we went into development of pharmaceutical grade starch. Today, we have pharmaceutical grade starch. In health itself, we have developed and submitted to NAFDAC about 23 different products. 23. And they are all at advanced stage of NAFDAC's regulatory assessment at this point. Now, 3 of such products plus 5 of what we did the previous years is available, and people, because we are a research institution not capacitated or competent by reason of mandate and skilling to do marketing, we do proof of concept, and we wait for entrepreneurs of pharmaceutical industries, nutraceutical industries, food industries to come take them to the market, right? But we also owe, because, like I said, the huge component of the Renewed Hope agenda is that people should be attended to so that they know that they cannot lose their hope completely in their country. So in this environment, anybody who wants drug for hypertension, for malaria, for erectile dysfunction, for arthritis, for diabetes, for hepatitis, for in about at least 8 different disease areas, they come to our pharmacy here to get the drugs.
The past 2 years, under the leadership of Professor Martins Emeje, has seen human capacity development like never before. A development that propelled the agency's researchers into breaking new ground.
This agency had never, in its almost 30 years of existence, had never participated in any local conference where researchers went with work they did in their own laboratory to go make competitive presentation. In our maiden outing in these 2 years, we won 2 awards. We went out for the first time and we got 2 awards. We took first position and we took third position. That is gold and bronze. When I came, I met researchers that have been here working for 15 years but with 1 degree. And I told them, you can't be a researcher with 1 degree. So I embarked on rigorous and aggressive drive to partner and collaborate with investors. So we went into that. Today, as I'm talking to you, we have at least 13 researchers and of the agency that are doing different postgraduate studies in different universities in Nigeria. I have a staff that was in Zimbabwe for 6 months. Now he has a master's in intellectual property. At least 7 of my staff have gone to India.
Quality assurance has been one of the top priorities of the NNMDA Director General and the accreditation of the agency's laboratory and product development unit for pharmacy internship program by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria a year ago. Under the watch of Professor Martins Emeje, the agency recently graduated its pioneer pharmacy interns.
I went into nanotechnology or nanosciences after PhD, and I had to go out of the country to train in this area for more than 4 years. So it's an area that I'm keen about. I'm one of the first people, if not the first, in Nigeria to have put in practice nanotechnology. What it has done to me as someone who studied Western pharmacy, which is more like macro study, it is that it has taught me how to manage resources, no matter how simple.
The last 2 years has seen NNMDA signing important memoranda of understanding with reputable academic institutions and other critical stakeholders in the areas of training and laboratory services to Nigerian universities. As part of its advocacy and public enlightenment drive, the agency brought together critical stakeholders in the nation's natural medicine space for a national dialogue on rethinking natural medicine aimed at galvanizing the needed support and political will.
I want the president of Nigeria to just be coming on television and saying that people, natural medicine, no other thing. Natural medicine, let's do our own. Let's do our own. Let him just be saying it. Anytime he's talking to press, let him say it. Because once people know that this is where the president is, this is where his mind is, this is what his body language is, they will start investing in natural medicine.
A turning point for the agency was the resolution of the National Assembly on Natural Medicine Gazette. The visit by the chairman, House Committee on Legislative Compliance, was a further demonstration of the renewed impetus.
We cannot have 160 million people subscribing to something, and then the remaining 40 million people, you now want to say that foreign medicine, what you call allopathic medicine, that is the superior to our natural medicine. No, it's not. So when the House of Representatives passed that resolution, I told myself, I have now achieved. So what I was thinking would take me 4 years to achieve, actually, we got it done in 2 years. And is one of the, so our target has actually increased. The best place to actually functionalize or operationalize Renew Hope agenda, Mr. President, is in the health sector. It's in the health sector. And I always tell people, 2 things that if you have security in it, then you are safe. Food and medicine. Any intervention, any project that we do, that it is not about developing our own indigenous resources, is short-term. It's not sustainable. The only sustainable form of development is indigenous development. So anybody who wants to give me support now, I will just tell you what I want. For example, I want all my staff to live in this compound. If you go to other countries of the world, all these staff of the research institution, they live inside the compound.
Inspiring a new mindset among staff and attitude to work for the NNMDA Director General, the task of achieving the mandate and the vision of the agency is work in progress.
Hospitality is a very interesting and dynamic industry. Hospitality industry, very interesting and dynamic. And as we know, we have global best practices, that are acceptable. It's just like norms that are acceptable in the industry. So when you talk about global best practices, it encompasses a lot of things, a lot of dimension, in terms of technology, in terms of service delivery, in terms of training and retraining of staff, even the recruitment, onboarding of staff. There's so many things involved when you talk about global best practices. Well, let me just say the main challenge we have in this climb is orientation, education. In this climb, many people go into the hospitality business without much information about what they are about to go into. You see, the problem with us in this climb is education. You see, many of our hotel owners are not properly educated before going into the business. I've had series of experiences on the field where some people must have wasted fortune and they will now realize that they need consultants. And by that time, let me say it may be late already. Before you go into any business, get to understand, how it works. The hotel business is a very complex business. Like globally, the trend is making sure your guests expectations are exceeded. And so many, the technology is employed in making sure this is possible. You won't believe that up to now, we still have some of our local brands. In fact, most of our local brands have not even adopted the PMS. PMS is property management software, where you right from the guest arrival, in fact, right from online, by the time you are checking online to know about the hotel, their products and all that, right from online to when you get to the front desk and throughout all your experiences, all these things are captured by a software, makes the experience so robust and all that. Up till now, many of our local brands still find it difficult to adopt this PMS. To them, it's expensive. To them, they don't see any reason for it. And this is what makes, it improves guest experiences. It makes you satisfy your guests. You even exceed their expectations. Makes just just in the touch of a button, things are already happening. In the Western world, they're already going into, AI, right from CRM, customer relations management, service, CRS, and all that. They're already exploring using AI and all that. Here we are still on biro and paper. How do you compare the brands? The local brands are built around the owners. The owner, tells you either he is knowledgeable or not about the business. He runs it like a one-man business. And at the demise of the owner, the business dies. Unlike the global brands. The owners of Marriott are long gone. And Marriott keeps multiplying all over the globe. Right now, they have about more than 1.5 million properties all over the world. They have acquired Sheraton here in Lagos, even 4 Point by Sheraton. You see them expanding. What is the secret? It's all about process, system. When there's no process, there's no system, then you are planning to fail. And it's a common saying that when you don't plan, you're already planning to fail. When there's no planning, many of them go into the business without proper feasibility studies. A young man came in from diaspora, was not just last year, to invest in this same hospitality business, set up a lounge on the island. You won't believe it. 6 months, 100 million was gone. And he had to pack up and return back again. So what is happening? Why is it that the global brands are thriving and our own brands are not thriving? Meanwhile, we should even have some advantages over the global brands because it is natural. We are naturally hospitable. It is our nature in Africa. Hospitality, Africa is hospitality is Africa. So all we need to do is to get the formal training and convert our virtue, hospitality virtue, into in a professional way and run the business professionally. Well, actually, it's not by the quality. We still have some boutique hotels, that are doing very well in the country. They are already trying as much as possible to, follow the global best practices. It's not until your hotel is so massive and big before you can exceed your guest satisfaction, No. Even if it's just 7 rooms, you can still have a brand that can be reckoned with. a brand is not until it's massive before you can say you have a brand. You can have a brand even in a small hotel. You can create a brand. So it's not about of course, we have some hotels that takes care of the middle class and they are doing it perfectly well. But what I'm just saying is majority of them are not doing it well because they have refused to adopt the tech. They have refused, to follow, good processes. They don't care about training. As far as they are concerned, the staff are just slaves. They use them and dump them. They believe that if they don't do well, fire them, hire another person. Your business will be going in circles. You have to create a kind of linear graph, not the one that will just go up and fall down again. Try, to train your staff. Like I always tell people, if you don't train them, don't blame them. Because, you can't imagine spending billions of naira to erect a structure in the name of a hotel, and you cannot even onboard your staff properly. Most of them, they just employ anyhow, put their relatives, and they start running. There is no onboarding program, no vision, no mission, no core values, no SOPs, and and as far as they're concerned, they are running a business. When the owner is not around, nothing can happen. And the guests are complaining. Why is it that you don't have these things in stock? You cannot tell them that our MD is not around. That's why he has not released money. That should be budget. You run such businesses on budget. If he has to release money, he releases the money, as at when the budget is ready and the budget is funded. So the business runs on autopilot. It doesn't have to be there. But most of these local brands, they want to be there to see everything, and it's not possible. It's not possible. Or else, like I said, at the demise of the owner, the business dies. What is the secret behind the companies like Coca-Cola, and all the Marriotts of this world, the Sheraton, etc.? What's the secret? It's because they have process and they have a system. So once there's no process, you're just wasting your time. So and like I always say, a brand is built. It does not come by accident. There has to be intention. It has to be deliberate. You have to be deliberate about building a brand. Well, the truth is, staff will always leave where they are not well treated. One thing is to say you are training. Another thing is the environment conducive for them? They are not animals. If they are well treated, they will stay. They receive training. They see a future in the organization. There's nothing like staff handbook. You don't even know your rights. You don't know your privileges. You don't know where the company's right stops and where yours starts. You don't know whether you're entitled to leave or not. In fact, that one is in the hotels. In our climb here, there's nothing like leave. You treat them anyhow. Why will they stay? But go and check out those local brands that have adopted these global best practices. Their staff are not going because they see a future. And the issue of trust, you're talking about trust. It's not peculiar with the local brands. If money can be stolen in the local brands, it can be stolen in the international brands. But the difference is the process. You see, like most of our clients, when we try to that we consult for, when we take over, I always tell them, look, let's put a system in place. Increase their salaries. Let their salaries be enough. Then those that were there with the wrong intention, by the time the systems are in place, they will leave because they know they cannot steal. Recently, in one of the hotels I consult for, somewhere in Ogun State, we recruited a maintenance officer, and they overheard him talking on phone that, it's like there are no lapses here. Barely 7 days. He was already looking for, lapses to explore, and that he has to leave. You won't believe, within a week, he has already given us a notice that he's resigning. Why? Because there's a system in place. Use this PMS we are talking about. Property management software. It has different modules. You have the front desk module, you have the restaurant and bar modules, you have the accounting module, the inventory module, different modules, and they all work together. It's a central thing. Even the HR module, whereby you onboard your staff on the software. Right on the software, you know whether their documents are complete or not. Those that are 80% complete, what are the outstanding documents, the guarantors, and all those things. But most of these people, when you tell them, it's alien to them. They don't believe it's workable here. All there is, and another thing, another dimension, another thing I noticed about our local owners is, how much was your sales yesterday? The next thing is he has taken everything. He's going to party. No future. The business has no future. And when the employees see you spend like that, see you behave like that, you are also tempting them to start behaving like that, to go into the money if they have the opportunity to, because they don't have a future in that business. They know their future is not guaranteed. Tomorrow the business might fold up because of the recklessness of the owner. You're building a business. Allow it to grow. Nurture it. Let it grow. Let it grow. Let me break it down. Like when I say the front desk module, the module has a lot of features whereby when your guest walks in, or either online, you can book online, and it will reflect right there. You can book right from London. You go to the website, the hotel's website, and right from the comfort of your bedroom, you are seeing the different categories of rooms, just as if you are already in the hotel. And you are seeing the attached rack rates. And you make a pick. And as you pick, you have the option of payments. And as you make the payment, you reserve the date and a future date, and you make the payment. As soon as you make the payment, it reflects right in the hotel on the front desk. For example, you picked room 107, and somebody else walks into the front desk and says, I want room 107. Sorry, it will show that it's no more available, even though you didn't see the guests. But it's been paid for online. Can't you see it makes life easy? It increases, improves the guest experiences. It makes your potential guests or your guests happy. Makes things easy for them. So you can achieve that online. You can also achieve it by walking into the front desk, and you can make a reservation. All you need to do is check the rooms. You don't even need to go around and looking at the rooms. It's displayed for you at the front desk. You have it on the screen. You see the different categories of room. You make a pick, and you make payment. Now, when you make payment, a receipt is generated immediately. Another thing is, that's what you call door integration. When you're talking about fraud, You know, you integrate your door, that's the card system, not the iron key, the card system. You integrate it with your software in such a way that once a card is activated, because once payment is made, the card is activated automatically. The owner already gets an alert. In some software, it's called MRS, Management Report System, that a room has been sold. Either you are there or not. It's as clear, as simple as that. You don't need to come, and some owners will come and sit down at the reception to look at, to see what is happening. No, you don't even need a camera. Everything is automated. Nobody, no room can be opened. You can't access any room without the card being activated. And the card cannot be activated except payment is made. It's only the payment that activates the card. Can you see that control? So now another question comes. What about when you want to clean the room? How do you get the card? That's what you call, MasterCard. Or, floor card and all that, depending. Now, personally, I advise my clients, you don't activate a MasterCard to work indefinitely, to work anytime, anyhow. We have hours of cleaning. So your MasterCard is activated to work, for example, the checkout time is 12 o'clock. So you activate it in such a way that it's only active between 12 and certain maybe 3 o'clock or so. Every daily. Once it is 3, you cannot access the room with the MasterCard again. You can see the tech we are talking about. So you can't access any room again. And again, we have energy saving lights, whereby it's only that same card that can power the lights and the TV and the AC in the room. No guest wants to check into a room without the AC working, without the TV working. So it's only that same card that can power the systems. So you won't check me in by 1 o'clock because you have access to MasterCard. And by 3 or 4, once your card is no more active, I'm in darkness. And again, you can always generate a report from the front desk that will tell you how many times, the kind of the entrance, whether the room was opened with the MasterCard or it was opened, with a guest card. Right from the report, you see. And when you go to the report and you see that MasterCard open at this time, you say, what happened? Why? Who was the person that accessed the room? So you don't need to be there. A particular client of mine was trying to lease out his hotel, which I always strongly advise against, on the island because he was relocating to Dubai, United Arab Emirates, So I advised him against it. Why do you want to? I've told you to install a PMS since. This will give you some level of comfort because his main reason is that I'm here, right under my nose. They are still stealing. When I leave, what will happen? You don't need to. And thank God he was able to take the advice. We installed the PMS and he saw the difference. Don't underestimate your guests. Even forget the color. They may be black, but they are well traveled. They've been to America, they've been to Europe, they've been to, Dubai. They've lodged in the best hotels in the world, and they know what good service is. So don't think you can just give them any kind of service anyhow. They have an expectation. For every, rack rate, for every money paid, there is a value, an expected value attached to it. Why is it that you see some guests, they lodge in 5-star hotels, they pay as much as 1 million naira, 700,000, 500,000 a night. And when they wake up in the morning, because of the kind of treatment, when they are checking out, you still see them giving out tips. They are happy. Meanwhile, this same set will go to some local brands, maybe as a result of lack of availability of such class of hotel in their village or in some, they have a function somewhere, and they pay just 30,000 naira, and you see them complaining and quarreling and getting angry, agitated, Why? Because of the service. 30,000 has a value, an expected value. Same thing with 500,000 naira. If he had paid 500,000 naira in a five-star hotel and he didn't get the attached value, he will complain. But he paid 30,000 and he could not even sleep at night, mosquito, all through the night. The AC is not working. Why? Because there is no process, no system. All these ACs and all these things, they all have, you have a kind of maintenance worksheet, maintenance plan. It does not have to break down before you start repairing it. You maintain them. When the generator has worked for so number of hours, it must be serviced. How often do we check all these things in our local brands? Because there's even no system, no SOP, nothing in place. You just open and start running. It's not done anywhere. I gave an example of someone who brought in 100 million naira and the whole thing disappeared. Let me say, what we should know is that money is inflammable. The whole thing went in flames. That's how I will put it, within 6 months. Why? Because there was no due process. There was no planning. He didn't understand what he was coming to do. He just dabbled into it. In my book, which I'll be launching soon in my event coming up, I call it ABC of creating a great hospitality brand. Simple, steps of creating a brand. I made reference to such owners as accidental owners. You just inherited a property, or you felt, okay, what is moving now? What can we do? They say hotel is bringing in money, jackpot. Many people have gone into it and they've gotten their fingers burnt. So I will advise investors, if you want to invest, do proper feasibility study. Do proper feasibility study. Well, let me give you an example, a practical example. One of my clients started a 23-rooms hotel in Delta, and according to him, it's almost 3-4 years now. According to him, he spent about 400 million naira. He's smiling today. Right now, there is no day that he does not have a turnover. You can do something smaller, even with 100 million, Yes, it depends. I just gave the practical example. I know of people that have just 7 rooms, and they are making their money every day because they've done, their due diligence. No, definitely, it will reflect on your pricing. And once, like I always tell people, is value for value. I can't be forced to sell my room 10,000 naira because my neighbor is selling for 10,000 naira. I can sell mine for 40,000 naira and still be fully booked. While the one that is selling for 10,000 naira is not even attracting any guests. Why? Because the 10,000 naira will try to say, okay, when it is 12, we turn off the gen because we want to conserve energy. We don't have money to buy diesel and all that. Start rationing. No guests will feel comfortable. These guests, even in their personal homes, they enjoy 24 hours light. They enjoy themselves. Then you now come to a hotel where you should relax and be able to think properly, and they are telling you they are turning off the gen because they don't want to sell the room high. I'll tell my clients, sell it high, but create the value. When the value is there, make sure you recover your costs. You have to impute all these things, into your costing. Many of them don't even believe there is need for a revenue manager. Apart from the normal manager, you have a revenue manager. You have cost accountants, apart from the main accountant, people that are in charge of costing. You're selling a plate of food for 7,000 naira. What is the cost? Many of them don't know. And like I said, most of this software takes care of all these things. The recipes are there in the software, programmed, all programmed. So when you have sold a plate of rice, you already know how much is your profit on it. It comes to that. So we have to be very analytical. Yeah, majorly it's let me say government policies. It affects, like in Lagos State now, the clock of consumption tax. Then the federal will still come and say you should pay VAT. It is repetition. Consumption tax is 5%. Then the federal government is asking for 7.5. Is that not 12.5? How? How do you survive? You understand? So these are challenges, and that's one of the reasons, for the vision for my program, which will be coming up in September. It's called Hotel Owners Dinner Outreach. It sort of creates an environment where you have the policymakers, you have the stakeholders, the investors, the owners of hotel, the practitioners, all come together under one roof. Then we dialogue, look at the investment climb, look at the challenges, we rub minds together, and we come up with solutions, possible solutions. Like you cannot be up there churning out rules. You are so far from the players. You don't even know, you can't feel them. You don't know what they are going through. A client of mine, the road to his hotel is terrible. Very terrible. And it's hardly having guests. And this government arm will come and pay consumption tax. Another will pay advert. Another will pay different kinds of local government will come and ask for their own, So like this year's edition, we are bringing in the number one taxman in the state, for example, will be we call it investment roundtable. Will be in the panel. We have a representative of the international brand. That's the owners of Marriott Hotel in GRA, Ikeja. He'll be in the panel too. And we have the permanent secretary, tourism, who will be in the panel. So we'll bring them together. Then we have consultants, practitioners of over 40 years in the industry in that same panel. That's the president of AFCON. AFCON is Association of Tourism and Hospitality Consultants in Nigeria. He'll be in the panel. All of them. So let us discuss. Let's feel each other's pain. Let us understand. The government, tell us why you are taxing us like this and all that. So that's one challenge. Another one is power. Of course, there's nothing we can do about that. It's a national thing, and until it is solved nationally, we'll keep generating our own. But I will always advise that, owners should look at, solar, which is environmental friendly. That's even the way, hospitality is going. We talk about sustainability, in hospitality, social, economic, and environmental. Those are other issues again, another topic entirely, maybe for another day. We should just keep it professional. Whatever you are doing, keep it professional. You're building a brand, always remember that a brand is a promise. Make sure you always keep it. You know, a brand is an experience. Always improve the experience. A brand is a reputation. Maintain it.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria, to almost throwing in the towel, then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian business Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Center Force Limited. The company focused on finance, investment, and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain, him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance, and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company. Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibadan, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices, and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobil Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Xenon of Stalin House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004. Was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic and Management Team. Otedola is chief executive and president of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum's share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced a move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Xenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had 2 options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance, and in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Girigu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year on year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Fort Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercuria Energy Group in September 2015, giving Fort access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Fort Oil PLC and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Girigu Power PLC. Girigu Power PLC became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Girigu Power, sold down a Girigu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank PLC. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors, effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zenith was among a number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huheli Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. Donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Ekpe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each. Femi Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Lee University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Ayers Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Good day and welcome to the Midday News. I'm Moyosore Adebi. Now let's begin. Nigeria's federal government owes electricity generation companies over 1 trillion naira in unpaid power subsidy for the first half of 2025, according to the latest report by the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission. The report revealed that subsidy obligations stood at 514.35 billion naira in the second quarter and 536.4 billion naira in the first quarter, reflecting the financial burden of non-cost reflective tariffs. The Commission attributed the rising obligation to the government's continued payment of tariff gaps between actual generation costs and consumer charges. It explained that the subsidy is applied to source through the distribution company's remittance obligations to the Nigerian Bulk Electricity Trading PLC, ensuring liquidity while preventing debt accumulation on DISCO's balance sheets. Despite a slight reduction in subsidy spending, NERC warned that the open-ended regime exposes the government to unpredictable fiscal risk. President Bola Tinubu has already approved a 4 trillion naira bond to offset legacy debts owed to power firms, though generation companies say they have not been fully engaged on how the funds will be distributed. The Central Bank of Nigeria and the Bankers Committee have completed a 68 billion naira renovation of the National Arts Theatre in Lagos, reopening it as the Wole Soyinka Center for Culture and Creative Arts. The 4-year transformation, inaugurated by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, marks a major boost to Nigeria's creative economy and reflects the central bank's growing support for non-oil economic diversification. CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso described the project as a deliberate investment in cultural infrastructure, not corporate philanthropy. The modernized complex features upgraded performance halls, cinemas, exhibition spaces, and integration with Lagos Blue Line Rail, positioning the hub as a key driver of tourism, arts, and job creation. President Tinubu also directed the creation of a National Theatre Endowment Fund to ensure long-term sustainability. Analysts say the project, alongside the 44-hectare signature cluster for music, film, culture, and technology, will attract major private investment and generate up to 1 million jobs. Beyond its architectural renewal, the center's rebirth underscores how culture-driven investments can strengthen national identity, stimulate innovation, and contribute meaningfully to Nigeria's economic transformation. The Nigerian Naira surged to its strongest level since December 2024, closing at 1,455.17 per United States dollar at the official market, a 0.72% gain driven by strong foreign exchange inflows from portfolio investors and remittances. The parallel market also saw a 0.88% appreciation to 1,475 per dollar as liquidity improved. Market analysts attributed the performance to steady inflows from foreign portfolio investors, meeting local fixed income obligations alongside increasing oil receipts and remittances. Nigeria's external reserves rose to $42.57 billion, giving the central bank more leverage to manage short-term pressures and stabilize the naira. Further boosting confidence, the global index provider FTSE Russell placed Nigeria on its watch list for possible reclassification to frontier market status, citing improved liquidity and policy reforms. Analysts expect the move to attract significant foreign investment inflows, sustain currency stability, and strengthen Nigeria's position in global financial markets. A growing number of Chinese food and beverage companies are expanding into Singapore to escape weak domestic demand, price wars, and shrinking profit margins. Over the past year, about 85 Chinese brands have opened more than 400 outlets in the city-state, more than double the figure from mid-2024, according to consultancy Momentum Works. Major players such as Luckin Coffee, Mixu, and Nonggenji are using Singapore as a testbed for global expansion into Southeast Asia and beyond. Executives say the city's cultural familiarity, strategic location, and affluent consumer base make it an ideal gateway for international brand building. With efficient operations and cost control honed in China, these firms are confident of succeeding even in Singapore's competitive market. Investors are backing the trend with large capital commitments. Michelin-starred Shanghai restaurant Yongfu invested 10 million Singapore dollars in its Singapore outlet ahead of planned entries into London, New York, and Paris. Analysts note that while the influx is lifting competition and rental costs, it signals Singapore's growing role as a hub for Asia's culinary exports. For Chinese brands facing deflation and overcapacity at home, the island nation offers not just opportunity, but survival, a launchpad for global visibility and long-term growth. Oil prices regained strength on today after falling to 5 months lows as investors anticipated renewed trade talks between the presidents of the United States and China. Brent crude futures rose by 1.47% to $63.65 a barrel, while West Texas Intermediate gained 1.51% to $59.79. The rebound followed steep losses last week, triggered by escalating tariff threats and a temporary Gaza ceasefire that eased supply fears. Analysts at DBS and Goldman Sachs said market sentiment is now being supported by both nations' willingness to negotiate before the November 10th trade truce deadline. The United States President Donald Trump recently threatened to impose 100% tariffs on all China-bound exports, while China expanded export controls on rare earth minerals. However, expectations of a possible meeting between Trump and Xi Jinping at the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Forum have boosted hopes of a de-escalation. China's crude imports in September rose 3.9% year-on-year to 11.5 million barrels daily as refineries maintained high utilization rates. Energy experts say the recovery in oil prices reflects market optimism that renewed diplomatic engagement could stabilize trade flows between the world's largest energy consumers and support oil demand in the final quarter of 2025. Thanks for watching. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Souk News TV. I'm Moyosore Adebi. Coming up shortly is Just Africa. Stay with us.
When you visit Lagos for the first time and Google fun or recreational places in the city, at the top of that list will be Freedom Park. Located in Lagos Island on Broad Street, Freedom Park over the years has become home to the Nigerian arts and the culture at large. From annual big shows like the Lagos Theatre Festival, Celebration at the Lagos Poetry Festival, to local festivals that celebrate literature, music and arts. Freedom Park is one of the most visited recreational sites in Lagos, for both local and tourist people alike. A place to mingle, unwind, or simply just have fun. Freedom Park, however, hasn't always been a place of fun and games. It has a history that dates to 1861, when Lagos was made a British colony. In 1885, Freedom Park was built as a fortified prison from imported bricks. It was referred to as Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison. Some prominent political prisoners were held in the prison, people such as Herbert Macaulay, Michael Imodu, and Obafemi Awolowo. In 1979, Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison was destroyed, reduced to a dumping ground. It was later rebuilt in the 1990s, celebrated in 2010, Nigeria's 50th Independence Day. Freedom Park still holds a bit of its history within its walls. In the museum, where there are pictures and artifacts. Some of the old prison facilities have been converted into leisure facilities that people visit and enjoy today.
My name is Grace Komolafe. Welcome to Cashcraft, your daily guide to profitable ideas inspired by African heritage, global markets, and local possibilities. Today we travel north to Libya, a country known for its oil, but one whose hidden treasure lies in leather. Yes, premium leather crafted by desert hands and traded through centuries. But this is not just Libya's story. This is a business opportunity you can tap into. From Kano to Accra, Lusaka to Nairobi. Let's break it down. But do not forget that this is not a professional guide, rather a wake-up call and an eye-opener to the many opportunities out there. Now, the leather business is simple but strategic. From raw hide to refined fashion, the value chain runs deep. What you need raw material, which is animal hides. It could be from goats, sheep, cow, or camel. That's up to you. You need tanning. This helps you turn hide into durable leather. Other elements involve crafting, which is the process of making bags, shoes, belts, sandals, wallets, and more. Branding plus sales. This can be achieved via online platforms, boutiques, or local markets. One thing you need to know is that Libya's traditional leather is thick, durable, and often dyed using natural desert herbs, an edge for eco-conscious buyers. That's your niche, right? Now, are you ready for this business? Then let's get familiar with the necessary steps so you can get started. Step 1. Source your raw materials. Connect with local abattoirs, herders, or meat sellers. In Libya, camel and goat hides are popular, cheap but durable. Step 2. Tanning. You either set up a basic tanning unit using lime, salt, water, sun drying, or partner with a local tannery. Modern vegetable tanning is eco-friendly and adds brand value. Step 3. Crafting your products. Start small. Leather, wallets, bracelets, passport covers, all of that. You can just pick any. Needed tools: cutter, hole puncher, edge burnisher, thread, and all of that. Now, you need to train with a local cobbler or learn online. Hand stitching sells well. I just need to bring that information to you. We go to step 4, branding plus sales. Choose a unique name and logo, local yet global. Sell at local trade fairs, via media platforms, and all. Showcase your story. Something like inspired by Libyan nomads or desert leather, African hands. You know what I mean, right? So let's go. Let's take it further by talking profit projection in 1 minute. Let's do the maths. Raw goat hide, say 2,000 naira. 2 split materials per wallet, one wallet, 500 naira. Retail price for handmade leather wallet. It can cost for about 6,000-7,000 naira or even 10,000 naira. Now you want to sell 50 wallets monthly. That's a whopping 250,000 to 500,000 naira in revenue. Now scale to sandals and bags, and you are talking bigger figures. Are you ready? Okay, so let's look at the bonus tips. Go premium, add stuffs like brass buckles, Ankara lining, or custom embossing to the items you make, and scale up. Looking at the export angle, join platforms like Africrea, Etsy, or contact Nigerian Export Promotion Council, NEPC. Collaboration is key, so partner with fashion designers, gift bus companies, or tour operators. Look, whether you are in Sokoto or Satay, Morovia or Nisrata, leather is legacy and wealth is waiting in your hands. This time around, it is inspired by Libya and driven by your hustle. So this is Cashcraft, where heritage meets hustle, and every idea counts. I am Grace Komolafe. I'll see you again. Welcome to Cashcraft. My name is Grace Komolafe. In Nigeria's agro space, palm kernel oil, PKO, is an underrated cash cow. Quiet, consistent, and massively profitable. Known for its wide use in the cosmetics, pharmaceutical, and food industries, PKO is extracted from palm kernels and is in the high demand both locally and internationally. What makes this venture truly attractive is its accessibility. With Nigeria being one of the largest producers of oil palm in the world, palm kernels are readily available, especially in states like Ondo, Edo, Imo, Delta, Cross River, and Akwa Ibom. And here is the kicker: nothing goes to waste. After extracting the oil, the cake left behind is sold as livestock feed. The shell, it fuels boilers or is sold to ceramic and brick industries. Every part of the process holds value. So, what makes PKO processing a powerful cash craft? High return on investment. You can process 1 ton of palm kernel to yield up to 400 liters of oil. Multiply that by market price, and you are looking at solid margins. Market demand. Soap manufacturers, beauty brands, bakeries, and exporters are always on the lookout for quality PKO. Side streams. Yes, palm kernel cake, PKC, is in demand in animal feed markets, and palm shell has commercial fuel value. Scalable startup. Begin with a mini expeller, 800 to 1.5 million naira, and scale as profits grow. If you're ready to dive in, here is what to consider. 1. The final role in the value chain. Processor. Now buy kernels, extract oil, and sell to local or industrial buyers. Again, broker, marketers. Link processors with big buyers. Earn by volume. Aggregator. Buy in bulk from rural producers. Clean and resell to processors. Moving to number 2. Set up your production. Machinery needed, that includes cracker, separator, kernel oil expeller, filter press. Yes, you need power source, diesel or electric motors. Just know your local power availability. Now, factory location, that's very important. Set up near kernel supply regions to reduce logistic costs. Now we go to 3, get quality supply and handle storage. Buy dry, well-preserved kernels. Avoid muddy or sour-smelling ones. Store in clean. Keep sacks away from moisture. And we'll move to 4. Connect with buyers. Yes, you will need to connect with beauty and skincare industries. Shell butter plus PKO is equal to good. Also locate soap factories and bakeries. Now, sell via online platforms. You can connect to exporters.ng and B2B portals. We go to 5. Understand regulations and packaging. Ensure hygienic NAFDAC compliance packaging if selling to food and beauty firms. Learn the rules for local transportation or export standards. And finally, palm kernel oil processing is a low noise, high profit business with deep roots in Nigeria's agricultural economy. With the right tools, connections, and product quality, you could turn this natural resource into a thriving year-round business. I am Grace Komolafe. This isn't expert advice, but it's a wake-up call. Don't just think, do it. In this business, your vision, precision, and consistency will bring you the cash craft you seek. I'll see you again.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part of hip-hop, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Welcome to the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. ADSC is an organization focused on training and research to advance sustainable development and growth in Africa. We exist to facilitate customized training, research, and study exchanges worldwide on leadership, management, and critical development issues. The center offers a platform for the exchange of ideas and best practices. Our comprehensive services encompass research, consultancy, capacity building, training, and education programs, as well as publishing and disseminating development-related knowledge. Our faculty consists of experts and researchers with extensive experience in policy formulation, implementation techniques, and monitoring and evaluation. Our methodology involves talks, individual and group exercises, games, video screenings, and discussion seminar sessions in a cozy atmosphere, making learning enjoyable for our participants. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website at www.adstudiescenter.com to learn more about our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
A very good afternoon to you and welcome to Just Africa. Water, they said, is life. Yet, across the continent of water, access to safe, affordable, and reliable water remains one of the continent's most urgent development and challenges. As governments grapple with rising demand, aging infrastructure, and limited public financing, global corporations and private investors have increasingly turned their attention to Africa's water systems. Proponents of water privatization argue that the private investment being efficiency, technology, and accountability, but critics insist that water, a fundamental human right, should never be treated as a commodity for profit. The fight against water privatization for Africa's future examines the growing continental debate. Should Africa's water systems be publicly owned and managed, or should they be open to private operators and global corporations? The outcome of this struggle will determine not only who controls access to water, but also the social, economic, and environmental future of millions of Africans. Welcome once again to Just Africa. Many thanks for joining us. I'm Oyinpere Krumale. Hello, Mivi.
Yeah, good afternoon, Priye.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Lagos, Nigeria, and to you from wherever you watch from across the globe. And welcome to Just Africa. Yeah, we were talking about water privatization.
Yeah, should it be privatized? Looks like there's a question out there. Should water be privatized? Should the ownership be publicly owned? And why should it be privatized? There's a report that says that over 700 million people in Africa does not have access to adequate, clean, pipe-borne water. Yeah. And though there's another argument that actually challenges that perspective, if that argument or those, perspectives were true.
Now, I think to answer that question really is to ask another question. Is water not already privatized in Nigeria? Maybe in some parts of Nigeria. Because most people own their private source of water. Some places who cannot drill their own borehole, who do not have access to public water, what do? They hire the services of tankers. They call the ones we call Malam or Aboki to come and supply them water. So what do we call that really? Is that maybe not a formalized privatization, but to a large extent, that is a form of privatization. So some places, many Nigerians don't have access to water. They do it by themselves. Whatever they know they can do is what they do. But whether the issue of privatization should take a formal structure, that is the conversation. And if we really want to talk about it, water is a natural resource. Water is supposed to be as free as the air we breathe. So if we are saying that, okay, right now we want to privatize water, is like saying we want to make sure we sell water just the way soda is sold. Is that how it is actually meant to be? And if we go back to records, if we go back to the records of Ghana, South Africa, and most African countries, you will see that at one point or the other, they've actually gone into privatization of water. Okay. And what happened? You now see that some of these organizations, the firms that are running the water supply, they focus on the part of the country where the elite or the urban area where they feel that, yes, they can make more sense. Because the moment you privatize it, it becomes a profit-making venture. The people who are into this, they want to make profit out of it. How about the communities, the people who cannot afford the bills of water? What happens to them? They will be cut off. So what would they drink? How would they run their businesses? How would they live their daily lives? So you see, the issue of privatization, as much as it has its positive angle to it, the negative effect is alarming.
But if we look at it very well, excuse me, even if the government, through the ministry, maybe of Water Corporation, maybe through the relevant ministry, departments, and agencies, whether in Kenya, in South Africa, or in Nigeria, as case may be, water is going to come as an item which is very, very essential for our existence, but yet, even if the government is involved 100%, you're still going to pay for water. So, in that sense, water is not totally or completely free. The question begging for answer is this. If many African countries, if they've been able, if by virtue of institutional involvement or government participation have been able to make water available to all in these communities, whether in the rural areas or in the urban areas, and if they've been able to, just a moment, if they've been able to do that to a specific, if they've been able to do that or to meet part of the public, to meet part of the people, part of the population, to meet the needs, the water needs of part of the population, if that is consistent and if it is actually adequate.
Okay. Do we have water corporation in Nigeria? Yes. We still have the office existing. We still have staff who go there to work. The government still pay those people salaries at the end of each month. When last did you get water supply?
I have water supply. I have water.
From the government? Is it a public water or the one that was done
by a
private?
When you rent an apartment, one of the things that comes with it is that you stay in an apartment. There's provision of pipe-borne water. I can understand the fact that not everyone have access to pipe-borne water. But there's a provision of pipe-borne water, and your pipes, the pipes that have been laid to your apartment needs to be working and needs to be functioning.
Yes.
Now, there's another case that will beg the answer, who laid those pipes? Whether it's the government or the private organization. And all these are contributing factors to making water available. But if the involvement of the government had, exposed the lack of political will, if the involvement of the government has not completely overhauled the whole system for us to have efficient, sufficient, and adequate provision of pipe-borne water, do we allow private investors come into this space? And when private investors come into this space, there are lots of things that will be attributed to the involvement, the operations of the private individuals.
Yes.
Now, is that going to work for the people or work against the people? And I think from the way we are going to handle this, or from the reason why this topic was actually picked for our conversation, is because there are interests vying for private
yes.
investment
True.
in and for private individuals to come in to
True.
play in the sector. And there are other interests saying no,
True.
private investment should stay away.
Yes, this week is the week for our water, our rights campaign going on this week. So
being
now,
driven by civil society organizations.
Yes, civil society organizations. So they are of the opinion that water shouldn't be privatized. The reason is clear to them. The reason is because they feel that I don't like calling them the poor, but the ones that they feel that will not be able to afford the bills for water will definitely have no access to good water, to clean water. Even right now, as it stands, you will still agree with me that there are communities in Nigeria, in Africa, that do not have single, like, whether you want to call it government pipe-borne water or individual, they don't have anyone. When you watch certain documentaries, you still see people, they carry buckets, basins, whatever, to some villages, far distances, go to the river and to get water just for them to be able to use. So if the problem is there, we know. But just as you rightly ask, the individuals that are coming in, will they be able to solve those problems? Again, the climate change is also affecting our rivers right now. The climate change is drying up our lakes, our rivers, and the rest. So, which is also causing dryness in our sources of water. So the question is, these private organizations that are coming, are they going to do something about the rivers that are drying up? Are they going to do something about the climate change? So it is not just saying that, okay, we want to come in, we employ people, the government is going to make money out of this, the people are going to get, no. Is it realistic that, yes, they are going to solve water problem in Africa? Because, like I said, while we're preparing for the show, I went back to history, if time allows me. Okay, for instance, look at South Africa in back in the 1990s. They went into a 30 years concession with Bywater, a British firm, to manage its water supply. What happened? Nothing came out of it. They had to cut, they stopped it. And what happened? In fact, before they even had to end the agreement, there was a protest. Because the people felt that they were paying more attention to the rich than to the less privileged. So that was in South Africa back in the 90s. Ghana, it happened too. That the same thing, protest came. So if they are still fighting up until now, that they still want to privatize with history, having it that they have failed in time past, then I don't know what the push is really all about.
Okay, now let's intimate our viewers more about this conversation before we bring in our guests. And normally I like to title this part of the program, the meaning of what we are talking about the program. Now, let me take you to the meaning of what we are conversing about. The fight against privatization of Africa's future refers to ongoing continental and global resistance to transferring ownership, management, or control of public water resources from government and communities of public water resources and to private companies. It also highlights the broader struggle over whether water should remain a public good or a government by justice and principles, or become a commercial commodity managed by profit-driven entities. Moving on, the fight encapsulates advocacy efforts by society, local communities, and global organizations, and corporate control of water utilities, pricing, and affordability, and equitable access to clean water. The continent is looking at that. You know what, we already have information that our guest is standing by, so let's go on this brief break. When we return, we introduce our guest and we jump into the conversation. Do stay with us. welcome back. Many thanks for joining us on the program. Now, before we jump into the program, let me bring you who are we speaking with today? Is Neil Gupta. He's the Water Campaign Director at Corporate Accountability, a global non-profit advocating for corporate accountability and human rights in essential services such as water, food, and climate. Based in the United States, Mr. Gupta has led international campaigns challenging the influence of multinational corporations and public utilities. With over 15 years of experience in advocacy, research, and global coalition building, he has collaborated with African civil society organizations to expose and resist water privatization efforts. His work emphasizes empowering local communities to reclaim public control of essential services and ensuring that government prioritize people over profit. Mr. Gupta, Neil Gupta, welcome to Just Africa.
Thank you so much for having me. It's good to be here.
Great, Neil Gupta. I was reading your profile and I realized that you had collaborations with civil society organizations in African countries all around the continent who are fighting against the privatization of water, which they consider as one of the most essential things in the world that Africans should have and not pay through their noses to get. But people out there who are, I don't want to call the naysayers, but who are critics of your stance, we want to ask that there is a report, like I said earlier on in the beginning of the program, that over 700 million Africans do not have access to clean, pipe-borne and adequate water. And if we allow private individuals to come play in this space, maybe that problem will be solved. But it doesn't look like you go with that assertion and with that perspective, or do you?
Absolutely. I think I would say to just look at the facts, look at the reality on the ground, right? As you noted, there is a intensely widespread water crisis, not only on the African continent, but around the world. And that's what happens when we don't prioritize the investment in our water systems that they require. And to those who might promote privatization or say that that's the solution, the silver bullet to addressing this crisis, the reality speaks a very different picture. The countries across the world that have the highest rates of safe water access have achieved that through public investment, public ownership, and public management of their water systems, rather than privatization schemes. And in fact, privatization, if you look, whether it's here in the United States, in Europe, where it really got its start, or across the global South, African countries, Latin American countries, has been an abject failure. And that's why, there are hundreds of cities across the world that have taken back control of their water systems following privatization schemes. So I would say that the reality paints a very different picture. That privatization simply isn't the solution to what we need to get out of this water crisis.
Okay, thank you very much. Now that you said privatization doesn't seem like the best route for us to correct this anomaly, what's the best route? How can both the private and the public sector, that means the government, come together to ameliorate this? And like I said during the program, not to put profit, but put people as a priority.
Absolutely. Well, I would say, first of all, that the private sector is mandated to maximize profits for its shareholders, right? And that is fundamentally at odds with what we need to actually improve our essential services like water, like education, like healthcare. And so I would say, first, governments need to fully reject this false solution of privatization, because the interests of these multinational corporations will always be at odds with the needs of communities, especially poor communities who need the most investment but may not be able to pay the exorbitant rates that the private sector might charge. I would say investment, public investment needs to be prioritized and increased, and we can achieve that through progressive taxation that ensures that the wealthy pay their fair share. We also need to ensure meaningful community accountability in water governance, especially for those that are most directly impacted. You know, women and girls being primarily responsible for fetching water for their families. Those in rural communities who are often left out in water governance. These are the people that we need to be bringing together to ensure that the water systems are meeting their needs. And we also need to hold the corporations that are, one, privatizing water, but also those that are polluting and otherwise exploiting our water systems. Major extractive industries, the mining industry, the oil industry, they need to be held accountable for their harms, both to people and the environments that we rely on to receive our water.
All right, thank you very much, Neil. Okay, so your work is deeply rooted on human rights. You believe that the principle, as far as water is concerned, should be the rights of the people. Now, how do you engage corporate organizations? How do you engage them and pass this message to them so they do not go as far as privatizing water and making it a business venture?
Well, as I said, corporations at the end of the day will always act in their own self-interest and in the interest of their shareholders. Wealthy shareholders, often based in countries like the United States or in European countries. And so really engaging with them to try to convince them to do the right thing is not necessarily a winning battle, let's say. And so what I would suggest instead is to really work with governments, with public officials whose job is to act in the benefit of the wider population, and really to hold those decision makers accountable to the communities they serve. Because at the end of the day, a corporation is never going to do anything that affects its bottom line, its profit, in a negative way. It'll do everything in its power to increase that profit, regardless of its impact on communities, on the environment, on the state that gave it its contract to begin with. And so I would say really that we need to be engaging and holding our public officials, our government officials accountable, rather than hoping that we can engage with corporations to do the right thing when they're simply proven time and again to not be interested in.
All right, thank you very much. So from your work in Flint to Lagos, Nigeria, what are the tactics that transnational corporations use in gaining influence over public water system?
That's a great question. I would say that at its core, the water privatization industry is a disaster capitalism industry, right? It thrives on water crises and really sees our need for water universally as a money-making opportunity. And I think that the main thing that connects Flint, Lagos, and really every corner of the world is that we all have a fundamental human right to safe water, and that's regardless of your nationality or how much money you have. But as I said, this multi-billion-dollar industry sees our need for water as a profit-making opportunity. And the same corporations that are trying to take control of water systems in Lagos and really across the African continent are those that we're up against here in the United States. In fact, the world's largest private water corporation, Veolia, played a really significant role in the now infamous Flint water crisis, which is still affecting tens of thousands of people today. And Veolia has actually been exposed for its efforts to secure multi-million-dollar deals that would lock Lagos into water privatization schemes for decades. And I think that the fact that they haven't been able to secure those types of contracts are really a testament to the power of community members resisting this power grab.
Okay, thank you very much, Neil Gupta. First of all, I like the job you're doing, because it's good for Africans, it's good for everybody out there, and it's good to see people like you on the other side doing, making sure that at least Africans, in collaboration with some Africans, to make sure that we get this and we get it right. Now, you mentioned the intervention or the position, what the government, civil society, or the civil government, what they are supposed to do to make this available. But it looks like it's a very, very huge capital-intensive project with so many other projects that the government in Africa, in different countries, be it in Lagos, Nigeria, be it in Kenya, in South Africa, with so many public capital-intensive projects that they have to be involved with when it comes to water. They have lakes, and for building, having the Federal Ministry of Water Corporation, and how to make sure that this water are channeled to where people live and to charge, to build the people. It's quite difficult. It looks like Africa does not have that technology or that capacity at the moment in time. For example, in a place like Canada, their water that they use, when you pay for your monthly rent in the building, you are directly paying for power, you're paying for water, you're paying for the internet, and you're paying for other facilities. It's not like that in Africa, and it's going to take a long time for the government to be able to streamline things. What sort of advice do you have for the African continent concerning infrastructural development and making sure that all these requirements are put into place?
Yeah, so I think exactly like you said, every community faces different opportunities and challenges, and I think that that's precisely why maintaining public local control of water is so essential. A multinational corporation coming in and trying to apply a kind of one-size-fits-all approach has shown to fail and actually not meet the needs of communities. And so what I would say is that investment in public water systems is arguably among the highest priorities that a government should hold. That is an obligation to meeting everybody's human right to water. It's also essential to meeting the moment as we confront this climate crisis, and especially on the African continent, where the climate crisis is, the effects of it are bound to be most acute. And simply put, the short-term profit incentives of the private sector, a corporation, are incompatible with the long-term planning and investment that are needed, and that the climate crisis really requires. To put it simply, a private water executive whose primary concern is, whether he's going to get his monthly bonus next month shouldn't be the guy in charge of making decisions that affect, an entire community's water system for, next year, next decade, and beyond. And so I really think that it comes down to us collectively prioritizing water and fulfilling people's human right to water. There's always this question of where's the money going to come from, but there's almost never that same discussion of where's that money going to come from for weapons and war, for tax breaks to billionaires and corporations. There's never that question, and it really comes down to what we prioritize as a society, where we put our money and where we put our attention. Okay, great. You just mentioned something very, very significant, and that's where the fund is going to come from, because we're looking at, investment in Africa public water system is currently insufficient, with an estimated $30 billion per year gap, $30 billion. So if we are looking at how much we currently have that has been invested in the continent is less than $20 billion. And I bet to say it's even less than $15 billion, and that's quite insufficient. So if we look at funding, and we are going to give priority. Now, do remember that most of these multinational organizations that you would not want to come into the system because they're going to privatize it, are some of them that they participate in different industries, and at the same time, they've transferred technology in that same industry to the locals. In some countries in Africa who have, as they move on, develop that technology to be able to produce a domestic technology to sustain that industry. Don't you think this can be replicated in the water industry? There's no question that we need a robust amount of investment, as you said. It's in the tens of billions of dollars. But I guess what I would say is that at the end of the day, the private sector isn't doing anything out of the goodness of its heart, right? These corporations aren't, donating technology to governments in Africa or Latin America or even the United States. They expect a high rate of return. And in fact, there's been this large debate on private finance versus public finance and how do we kind of leverage the money there. But the numbers really show that private finance sometimes can cost double what public finance can cost. So the actual money that goes in to a water system from private finance sources actually costs nearly double. And I think one great example, unfortunately great example I should say, here in the United States is that there was a community in a state, the state of New Jersey, that was facing budgetary issues, had problems investing in its water, and a major multinational private water corporation came in and said, here, we're going to give you this money up front. We're going to prevent there from being rate increases, tariff increases, and we're gonna, fix everything, right? There are all these lofty promises, and the reality again showed a very different picture where the corporation, of course, demands a certain amount of money back and profit for its shareholders, and so what we saw is effectively immediate rate increases that really threatened those that were already struggling to pay for their water, already struggling to make ends meet in other aspects of their life. And what that led to was people having liens, tax liens placed on their homes because they couldn't pay for water. So just imagine that for a second, right? The human impact where people are at risk of losing their homes so that a corporation can make its profit that much more lucrative for its shareholders, it's just unconscionable. And so when we really think about this public versus private, we really have to keep our values of ensuring universal access to water, regardless of your ability to pay, really at the heart of it, because there's no alternative to water. You need it to survive. Your neighbor needs it to survive. And that's what we really need to keep in mind as we make these decisions.
All right, thank you very much. So I want to ask again, in 2010, the UN declared water as human right. So the question right now is, what's in reality, what amount of power does the UN have when financial and political powers, when they go against this declaration? What power does the UN have to call this cooperation to others?
That's a great question. And I think there's no doubt that compared to international financial institutions like the World Bank or the International Monetary Fund, the UN's kind of hard power in this respect is somewhat limited, right? However, I do think that the UN has an ability to convene people, and the recognition of the human right to water, as you said, in 2010, was a major milestone. It's something really the UN was recognizing so many of us already understood to be the case. But I think that another really important aspect that the UN holds is the ability to prioritize and emphasize human rights. For example, the United Nations has what's called a special rapporteur, which is effectively an independent expert that focuses on different aspects of human rights, be it the right to education, the right to health care, and in this case, the right to safe drinking water and sanitation. And the special rapporteur has the ability to travel to different countries around the world and document the different ways that the human right to water is being fulfilled or being violated, and that includes from corporate actors. And so I think that the ability for the UN to uplift that kind of research and provide an authoritative, so to speak, source for the reality on the ground is an immense power that I think the UN and other international institutions really have a responsibility to lean into and focus on the needs of people and communities rather than the needs of the wealthy few.
All right, thank you once more, Neil. Now, many people or some persons argue that the number of persons that will be taken off the labor market when water is privatized is also one of the key factors individual corporation comes to think of privatizing water. Some feel that the amount of money that the government will be able to generate in tax will go a long way in solving some problems when it comes to water issues. Do you agree with that? Do you feel that because of what the government will be able to generate, because of what the people that will be able to be gainfully employed in those firms, do you think those reasons are genuine enough for privatization of water in Africa and the world generally?
Unfortunately, I would say I don't agree with that because privatization often is followed by mass layoffs, mass labor violations that ultimately affect working people. And that's a big reason why trade unions are some of the biggest opponents of water privatization and privatization of other essential services. And, I think that as it comes to, the tax revenue that comes potentially from corporate water schemes, I think, again, unfortunately, probably sound like a broken record, but that the reality is a very different picture where there's actually, growing evidence of, the tax evasion of major corporations. I know in Senegal, for example, there are major allegations of tax evasion by the multinationals that have privatized the water system there and actually funneling money from the Senegalese people to French shareholders in this case. And so I think that, privatization costs the state more in the long run, comes at a major risk to workers, not only in their jobs, but with drastically reduced headcounts. Workers are put under unsustainable working conditions that are frankly dangerous, and they oftentimes lose their union benefits, which are hard fought and hard won. And then, of course, at the end of the day, those workers aren't just workers; they're part of these communities, and so we all kind of share in the negative impacts of privatization, but in the potential real opportunities and benefits of a robust public water system that serves everyone.
Great. Now, Mr. Neil Gupta, we will go on a break. Please don't go anywhere yet. We'll be back shortly, and Just Africa continues. Do stay with us.
At the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
welcome back. Many thanks for joining us on the program. We've been talking about the fight against water privatization for Africa's future. Our conversation this afternoon had been with Neil Gupta. He's a water campaign director at Corporate Accountability, a global non-profit advocating for corporate accountability and human rights in essential services such as water, food, and climate. Welcome once again to the program, Mr. Neil Gupta.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Great. It's good to have you. Now, let's have this conversation. In order for us not to go full privatization and for us to, okay, let's manage the public privatization with the private, the public-private partnership for the government to be able to deliver water. Apart from that, do you have a policy direction that your organization, by virtue of what you do, you must have influenced some form of public decision with the United Nations because it is one of the social development goals, number 6. What sort of policy direction can you suggest to governments across Africa in order for us not to go the direction of full privatization?
Yeah, so I would say that, of course, as you said, full privatization, the private ownership of a water system is extremely dangerous. I would also say, though, that the kind of spectrum between full public control and ownership and full private ownership is pretty vast and includes, as you suggested, private management of water systems, private operations, and those ultimately are also forms of privatization. Now, some may try to argue that they're not because the public still owns the system. But I would argue, and many would argue, what is the value of ownership if you're not in control of the water system? And at the end of the day, these so-called public-private partnerships are about private control, corporate control of our water. And so I would say that the best kind of ways to manage water from a policy perspective are, again, ensuring that there is public investment that is funded through progressive taxation on the wealthy and corporations first. Second, that there is meaningful community accountability for water governance. And I don't mean town halls where politicians act like they're listening. I mean genuine participatory mechanisms for community members to be involved, of which there are a number of examples globally. There also needs to just be an outright rejection of water privatization, because I think that the challenge with sometimes the years leading up to privatization and sometimes the decades leading into privatization are that it diverts really essential government money, energy, and other resources, namely time, towards facilitating privatization when that money could otherwise be spent on investment in the public water system. For example, the World Bank spent around $7 million at least in pushing privatization in Lagos. Now imagine what $7 million could do for improving the system itself. And imagine how much time was lost and is continuing to be lost in this kind of dogmatic pursuit of privatization. So I think that an outright rejection of all forms of corporate control and privatization is essential to any policy to really clear the way for public solutions. And I would say that, lastly, communities need to remember that they're not alone. Every community, while distinct and unique, of course, can take lessons from other communities, can pool resources with other, whether it be cities, states, or even countries through public-public partnerships that really emphasize mutual benefit and support rather than profit for one side and cost for the other.
Great. Now, in fact, there's something I need you to interrogate, and that's with regards to the vast availability of water resources in the continent of Africa. If you go to Congo, the Congo Nile has a large water reserve. You go to the Lake Victoria, there's water reserve there, and Niger, the Niger rivers, Zambezi. Even when you come to Nigeria, you go to Tanzania, you go to Tanganyika, you go to Malawi. We have all these resources, but it looks like governments in African countries, if they cannot see the perspective and the potential returns when they are channeling lots of funds into an enterprise, where they don't see that visible, it's just going to be meeting the needs of people in the society. They are not drawn towards that. What sort of strategy can we use to bypass this disposition?
Yeah, I think there's this kind of sad irony in that there is vast amounts of water resources available across the world, but people, still are facing an acute crisis. 1 in 4 people globally don't have water, and as you said, that's in the hundreds of millions on the African continent alone. And I think that the issue here is twofold. One, that oftentimes a country or a community's water resources are prioritized for private or corporate exploitation, whether that be for the mining industry, the major agricultural industry, or other, even water bottling and things like that, are major drains on the existing water resources we have. So that is kind of one component of the challenge here that needs to be addressed. The other is that we need to reject this idea that investment in our water systems has a kind of profit return. However, there is an immense societal and even economic return on the investment in public water. For example, a thriving public water system is often the cornerstone of a thriving local economy. It allows local businesses to run, local vendors, of course, local households. Think of the educational benefit that girls receive when they don't have to spend an entire day walking kilometers to go get water for their family, and instead are able to attend school and obtain a formal education. Those benefits, while they might not be, easy to calculate on a bottom line, are far and away more beneficial than siphoning off community money into the bank accounts of foreign shareholders. And so I really think that challenging this idea that water needs to be $1 in, $2 out. It is, $1 in and immense social and economic benefits and environmental benefits out.
All right. Thank you very much for your insight so far. Now, I know that there is so much push against privatization of water, but we are still faced with one reality. The reality is that the water is not, or let's say, equitable water, drinkable water, the water we need for our daily lives. They are not readily available. Sometimes we need to process this water. So as much as we are fighting against or pushing against privatization of water in our homes, what are the positive alternatives to the availability of water in Africa, in African homes, or in the world generally, as the case may be?
Yes, so I think that, first and foremost, you're right. It's not necessarily the case that, while there is an abundance or a seeming abundance of water resources, that's readily available at the tap for a household. And there's no question that requires money, that requires time, that requires attention from the public sector. And I would say that the reality of privatization is that it doesn't achieve those ends and it costs more money. But to your point, we still need to address this water crisis. And there are countless communities across the world that have achieved this through public investment, public attention, and public priority. And so I would say that's where really leaning into the public partnership model, where we can take lessons from other cities or states or even countries that have achieved this, or even pooling resources together. In the state I live in here in the United States of Massachusetts, there's a great example of two cities who on their own didn't have enough money to build a water treatment plant that they needed. However, what they realized is if they pooled their money together, the public money together, they could actually build a water plant that served both communities. And so that, led to a public solution to a water challenge that they were facing, and was really a mutual benefit to these two communities who might have otherwise seen themselves as, isolated from each other. And I think that's a great example of kind of community to community solidarity and support that'll really the challenges that we face.
Very much. But from your profile, you are a strong advocate. You're advocating against water privatization. You've done so much for Africa and for the United States. So can you share one of your success stories of how your campaign strategies have been able to work against or kick against privatization of water, and how water has really been human rights, really?
Well, first I would say that by no means have I done this on my own. It's been really in support of and in solidarity with local community activists, across different African countries and here in the United States as well. This truly is a movement rather than, isolated individuals or even organizations trying to do the right thing. I would say that some of the most impressive organizing and campaigning for protecting public water and rejecting privatization is actually in Lagos, Nigeria itself, where it's really become one of the kind of global flashpoints for water justice. And I think that's really important for your viewers in Lagos and across Nigeria to hear that the world really looks to Lagos for movement lessons and how they can take what has worked there, where, if we rewind the clock, 2013 or 2014, the government, with the World Bank's backing and pressure, you could say, was intent on privatization. They said this will be done within months. There's no political constraints to doing so. And here we are in 2025, and there has still not been privatization, water privatization that's been secured in Lagos. And that is a huge testament to the power of community members, of workers, of women's groups, environmental groups, faith groups, all coming together. And, folks like those in the global north standing in solidarity as well, in combining our efforts and really understanding that our struggle is shared. Even though we might live on other ends of the earth. And so I would say, honestly, that the water campaigning and the movement that's really been built in Lagos is one of the most impressive that I've seen in my time here.
Well, thank you.
All right, so before we let you go, Mr. Neil Gupta, I just want to ask this question. The United Nations Education and Scientific Project they talked about, when it comes to education, they tell you how many % of the national budget is required for the government to invest in education for us to overcome the education deficiency in Africa. When it comes to infrastructural development, United Nations is also telling Africa government that, look, you need to have an investment of over $100 billion annually for you to overcome your infrastructural deficit in your continent. So when it comes to water, what do you think they have put out there for Africa to overcome this water deficiency in their continent? Do you know the figures, or what do you think we should be looking at?
So that's a great question, and it's really, as we've been saying, largely dependent on where, which country you're in, but then also within the country, an urban or peri-urban area is going to require a vastly different type of investment and proportion of investment than a rural area, for example. And so I would say that the figures really vary across not only the continent, but even within countries. But at the heart of it is really that we need to be prioritizing and increasing the budgetary allocation to water systems across the board, and not falling into this trap of, the private sector saying, oh, we need to be more efficient. Often efficiency means reckless cost cutting that endangers public health, worker safety, and entire communities. What we need is investment. We don't need dangerous cost cutting, and I think that's really at the heart of the decisions we have in front of us.
Thank you so much, Neil Gupta, for your time with us today on Just Africa. It's been a delight having conversation with you.
Thank you so much for having me.
You're very much welcome. Neil Gupta is the Water Campaign Director of Corporate Accountability, a global non-profit advocating for corporate accountability and human rights in essential services such as water, food, and climate. Based in the United States, Gupta has led international campaigns challenging the influence of multinational corporations in public utilities. With over 15 years of experience in advocacy, research, and global coalition building, he has also collaborated with African civil society organizations to expose and resist water privatization efforts in the continent of Africa and across the world. Thank you so much for your time with us. It's been great having this conversation with you.
Thank you both.
You're welcome. And now to our next conversation without waste of time. The topic is Africa's fight against water privatization still, and it refers to the collective efforts of African citizens, civil society organizations, and governments to oppose the transfer of water supply and management from public authorities to private profit-driven companies. This fight reflects a broader debate. Should access to water be governed by public accountability and social equity, or controlled by market forces and corporate interests? At its core, it is a struggle to protect water as a human right, ensuring it remains affordable, accessible, and sustainably managed for all Africans, especially the poor and marginalized. So we'll go on a break. When we return, we'll have another guest who's joining us on this conversation. You don't want to miss this session. We're back in a moment. Stay with us.
Lesotho, a country like no other on the African continent, and in fact, like no other in the world. Nestled entirely within the borders of South Africa, Lesotho holds a unique geographical distinction. It is the only independent nation on Earth located entirely above 1,000 meters in elevation. Its lowest point, at 1,400 meters above sea level, is higher than the highest points in countries like Netherlands, Denmark, or even the United Kingdom. This extraordinary altitude earns Lesotho its nickname, the Kingdom in the Sky. Lesotho is one of just 3 countries in the world that are completely surrounded by one other country, the others being San Marino and Vatican City in Italy. But unlike them, Lesotho is not a microstate. It boasts a proud population, a strong cultural identity, and a landscape marked by rugged mountains, deep valleys, and fast-flowing rivers. What also makes Lesotho stand out in Africa is its climate. While much of the continent is known for its warmth, Lesotho regularly experiences snowfall, especially in its highland regions. In fact, it is home to Afriski, Africa's only ski resort south of the equator, drawing tourists who seek winter sports in an unlikely location. But Lesotho's uniqueness goes beyond geography and weather. The Basotho people are known for their iconic wool blankets, worn with pride across the country. These are not just for warmth, they are deeply symbolic, representing milestones, rites of passage, royalty, and social status. No traditional ceremony is complete without the presence of these beautifully patterned and color-coded blankets. The traditional Basotho hat, or mokrotlo, is another national symbol, so important that it appears on the country's license plates and currency. Lesotho also harnesses the power of its water, Its Lesotho Highlands Water Project exports fresh mountain water to South Africa while generating electricity for domestic use. Water, often called white gold, is one of the country's most valuable resources. In many ways, Lesotho defies expectations. It is a country of height shaken. Lesotho is not just unique to Africa, it is unique to the world. This is the uniqueness of Africa, and today we spotlight Lesotho, the kingdom